All right. It's live.
Okay. Sweet. We're using this one up here. Jason. Jason. What's that? Jason.
Ready. Good afternoon, everyone. You can all take a seat. We're going to get started here. So my name is Hasmeen Tresky from the MKE Tech Hub Coalition. How's everyone doing today? It's happy Monday. I hope you guys had a restful weekend because we have an event, a week-long agenda set up for you through Milwaukee Tech Hub Coalition and MKE Tech Week. There's something for everyone this week, whether you're a technologist, an educator, an innovator, or you just want to get connected in the tech industry. We have something for you all week. So be sure to check out mketechweek.org, and you will find up to 40 events happening this week. In fact, if you want to learn how to get connected, tonight we're hosting Meet the Meetups at Formlabs, one of the newest. It's a 3D printing and molding company in the 3rd Ward. So I encourage everyone here, if you're looking to get connected and find a local meetup, to come out with us at Formlabs tonight at 6 p.m. This week is sponsored by the MKE Tech Hub Coalition. We're a nonprofit member organization. We're focused on inclusively doubling the tech talent here and creating life-changing jobs and opportunities. I also want to thank our MKE Tech Hub premier sponsors, Hush Blackwell and Northwestern Mutual, and all of our sponsors for making this week possible. And finally, a special thanks to the Wisconsin Startup Coalition for powering this week on behalf of the MKE Tech Hub Coalition. I'll get off the stage because you're not here for me, and I will kick it off to Nick O'Brien from MKE MusicTech Catalyst.
Oh, thank you. Thank you. Join me up here. Come on, come on. Yeah, so welcome to No Studios and to the first ever MKE MusicTech Catalyst. My name is Nick O'Brien. I'm an entrepreneur. I'm a music lover. I'm a community builder and one of the 3 organizers and original visionaries behind the idea for MKE MusicTech Catalyst. With me, here's 2 musicians. I'm, the odd man out up here. Cullah, musician, software engineer, startup founder, and Jason Klagstad, who is also a musician with Elephonic. He's the president of Wisconsin Area Music Industry. And the 3 of us got together, I don't know, it was like probably 2 months ago. And we're like, we saw an opportunity here to bring together the music and tech communities. And so this is our attempt to get that started, to catalyze that effort. Jason? Oops, sorry about that.
It's okay. So welcome, everybody. We've brought some really great speakers in today. And as Nick had said, the genesis of the entire getting together was the fact that musicians and technology seem to be in separate silos. What this is intended to do is bring those silos together through information that's shared so that there's more ability for musicians to have their music heard across the world. So as everybody knows, Les Paul was one of the greatest innovators through Wisconsin over the last 100 years, and this is meant to sort of honor the memory of Les Paul. I guess
He
that's
created
it.
one of the most influential pieces of music technology in music history, and it was right here in the Milwaukee area. So kind of living on, why can't Milwaukee be an epicenter for music technology? We have the assets here.
Hey everybody, my name is Cullah. Like you mentioned, I'm a musician, and I'm very, very happy and pleased to be here for this first MKE MusicTech Catalyst. Today you're going to hear from many others in the Milwaukee area who are using technology to impact the music industry. From music streaming apps to software platforms to help musicians monetize their work, to Web3's impact in the music industry and music NFTs. Today is all about introducing these technology advancements and how to put them to use for the benefit of musicians. We'll even have a legal side of music technology explained by lawyers who are experts in this field, which I'm very excited about.
And today's event is only the beginning of what we intend to create around the music tech culture in Milwaukee. We're already beginning to plan the next MKE MusicTech Catalyst conference in 2023, and we're aiming to host music tech monthly meetups and workshops in the near future to kind of fill in the gaps between these two big conferences each year. But the most important part of this effort is to include you, the people in the music and tech communities, as the driving force of the culture that we hope to catalyze around this industry in Milwaukee. So if you have ideas for meetups or workshop topics and you want to be involved in planning efforts for this music tech community, please let us know. We'll welcome your ideas and your energy with open arms. Creating a culture takes a village. This is what I do in my work, and I know how much time it takes and how many people it requires to get on board. And we certainly want all of you to be in that village in whatever way you want. If it's a contributor or just a consumer, don't hold back, because it's going to take all of us. So please don't hesitate to share your thoughts, your ideas with us for what you'd like to see from this effort to create a music tech community in Milwaukee. You can connect with us here today. You can send your ideas to info@mkemusic.tech. You go to mkemusic.tech. There's also a feedback form on that site as well to submit your ideas if you're not so sure of just approaching one of us today. So be sure to do that. Take down your notes, your ideas as today's content is delivered.
Yeah, we want to thank all our partners and sponsors that have helped make this event possible. Big thanks to No Studios for graciously offering their incredible venue for today's event. And also thank you to our music industry partners, the Wisconsin Area Music Industry, or WAMI, and the Wisconsin Music Ventures, for their help with curating the speakers and the content you'll learn from today, and for help with the event promotion as well. And a big thanks to MK Video for handling the live stream and the recording of today's event. Thanks, John and MK Video. Everyone give it up for them. It's the reason why we're broadcasting.
MK Video is doing a lot of things right now.
So we hope you enjoy and get value from the top-notch speakers and presenters you're going to hear from today, and that it helps you see the potential for technology's impact on the local music scene. Thanks again to all of you for being here. Let's get started. Why don't we?
Yeah. So to kick things off this afternoon, can I get our startup panelists to join me here on stage, as well as the moderator? Allison, Ishel, Leonard, and Cullah, you're already here. You don't have to leave and come back. We are going to be hearing from 3 local music tech startup founders. Come on up, guys. All who have tech products and services to help musicians. Joining us on stage is Leonard Novati. Leonard is a software engineer and a professional DJ who goes by the name of DJ Leo. Leonard is the founder and CEO of a platform called AfroCharts. This is a decentralized music platform which is connecting listeners around the world with music from African artists. We also have on stage with us Ishel White. Ishel is a creative. She is a musician. She's a podcast. She's a music advocate. She's the founder of MuSample, which is a content and consulting-based tech platform that supports music creatives by providing the hard-to-find information needed to monetize and protect their musical investments. And of course, familiar face you've all met already today, fellow MKE MusicTech Catalyst organizer Cullah, who is the founder of Firebird Media, an open source decentralized music and media protocol being built on the blockchain, which is designed to be a standard for tracking and securing music creations, derivatives, and royalties and licensing. So a lot going on there, and it's a wild world out there in the blockchain, and he's here to explain us a little bit more about that. So moderating our panel this afternoon is Ms. Allison Im, the founder of Wisconsin Music Ventures, which is a Milwaukee-based business that has created a diverse and widespread community of independent musicians, music resources, and music lovers across the state of Wisconsin and beyond. So without further ado, I'm going to hand things off to Allison, and we will get started with the first session here.
Do we share the microphone?
I know they all have their own.
All right, thank you, Nick. Thanks everyone for being here. Welcome, Cullah, Aishel, and Leonard. As Nick mentioned, all three of you are building or have already built technology-based companies and products that are designed to help musicians. So the first thing we're going to do is just find out a little bit about them, about what you do, and the reasons you started them. So I think I'll start off with Aishel. Can you tell us a little bit about what you do, what MuSample is, and what the business offers?
Sure. Hi, I'm Aishel. I'm a musician, singer, songwriter. Back in 2018, Capitol Records and Radio 88.9 had a music hackathon, and I attended. I was fortunate enough to go the night before, where Capitol Records said one of the biggest problems is music metadata. That's something I do every day. So the next day was a hackathon, and I came, and they're like, we're going to give away 3 top prizes. And so I was like, let me think what I do every day. I do metadata every day, and I know artists are sampling for everybody. So I was like, let's combine the two, metadata and sampling, and we were going to clear samples and everything. And the more I got into clearing samples, the more I understood that music artists had no idea how they make money in the music industry. And when I say no idea, they just think like streaming and I'm gonna go on tour, and it's like, oh, those are cool, but like the longevity of the money is in the music administration, the intellectual property. So then I kind of pivoted. I still do sample clearance, but I do more of like music administration, the foundations, helping artists understand the value of the music that they put out there.
Very good. That sounds impressive to me. So, thank you. And Cullah, let's go over to you.
Sure, yeah.
Same
Hi.
question.
So I co-founded this company called Firebird Media recently on the Cardano blockchain. And what we do is essentially track and verify people's creations, just like the same problems that Aishel is talking about. That these are deep in the music industry, and one value proposition we've seen with blockchain technologies is to be able to see these things publicly, more transparently, and in a decentralized cooperative sense. So we're creating a collaborative community of artists and filmmakers and anyone who is involved in motion graphics or any type of creative asset. And we're building a framework in order for folks to be able to have easy tools to be able to make derivatives, to be able to collaborate together, and to be able to have some sort of framework where they can understand at a basic level how licensing might work, or how their own assets can be utilized in many different ways. We all know the complexities of the music industry, and we're going to get into we're going to have a lot of great speakers here talking about all the complexities of this. So our goal at Firebird Media is just to make it simple, easy, and fun, because ultimately music and musicians, a lot of times people don't want to have to worry about, oh, what do I need? What are all these different steps that I need to, and hoops I need to jump through? They just want to create, and they want to create in the moment. As a musician myself, sometimes that moment comes and it can be gone in an instant. So if you're not prepared for it, or you don't have the tools to make it a little easier, then it can be lost.
All right, thanks, Cullah. And Leonard, same question.
Gotta turn it on first. Yeah, so I founded Afro Charts. As you can see, I'm from Africa. I was born in Tanzania, East Africa, and their music is part of our culture. Right? Every day we listen to music, we dance and all that. When I came in America, I had a chance to explore the technology that that is here, and got into DJing. Started DJing, And as I was going out to DJ, mostly was American events, corporate events, and all that. As a DJ, you get a lot of artists asking you, hey, can you play my music? Can you help me here and there? And most of the artists, pretty much my friends and people who follow me on Facebook, are Africans. So I'm like, I can't play this kind of music to the kind of events I attend. But the funny thing is, when I got a chance to do that, to play, let's say, when I'm setting up or breaking down, people will love it. They're like, what is that sound? What is that music coming from? Or come from? So I'm like, okay. Looked around on Apple, Spotify, found out you can't find really authentic African music. It's usually, 3-4 artists from Nigeria, and they're usually the biggest, one of the biggest artists. So I'm like, all right, there's a gap here that I can hopefully fill in. So I create Afro charts to help independent artists export music from Africa to the world, and at the same time help them make some money on the side.
All right, thank you, Leonard. And we'll go in the reverse order now. Can you discuss a little bit more in depth now the technologies that you have founded here and what impact you'd like to see them have in the music industry?
Yeah, definitely. I came here in 2007. Right? At that time, we had those phones, long phones. That was in America. In Africa, we didn't have phones, right? So when I got here, I'm like, all right, people can talk, but on the phone across countries, states, and all that. But back home, we had to send letters. That's why I got interested. Like, okay, if this small thing can do so much, what else can it do? And I'm like, well, people here, they don't know much about African music. So let's use technology to now, the same way things are, get exported from there to here and back and forth, we can do the same with music. So that's how it came about. Yeah.
Thanks. And Cullah, what impact do you hope to have?
Yeah, so the main focus that we have with Firebird Media, the initial main focus, the impact that can be tangible within the next year or so is for these collaborative efforts to be more seamless between musicians, filmmakers, and anywhere in between, breaking that down between musicians, between different filmmakers or video game artists or whatever it may be. One thing that we know in the music industry is something called a co-split, where people will split some of the intellectual property, and there are a lot of really good solutions and ways to do that. Usually, some people will just have it on a sheet, and then they have to go and they say, okay, you own this much and you own this much. What we're really excited about is to parameterize a lot of these things, to make it pretty simple where someone can just click and drag in their assets or in their pieces of intellectual property, combine their assets together to create a whole new asset, and then we can then create a value chain throughout all of time that's permanent, that's persistent, that will be there, that we can rely on this information being there, and anyone can have access to it. It's not stored in a database somewhere, in a black box somewhere. It's actually on a public ledger that's distributed and that anyone can have, anyone can look at and query. So this is kind of a revolutionary type of idea where there's now these concepts of inclusive accountability, where people can check each other's homework and make sure that, oh, well, look at over there. These different parameters don't seem right compared to those, and we can have larger conversations about that. So the main focus that we're doing right now is to bring a visual artist and a musician together and test case that, where we can have them come together. We can have the licensing all parameterized, where we know exactly who owns what are the rights of usage, and then moving forward, people will have some sense of transparency and understanding of. We could imagine a global registration of people's creative assets, where that will be a lot more seamless and a lot less barriers to entry in order for usage. Like, when I can talk about the sampling, which is a good example, but I'll tee it up for I shall.
So my goal or my vision for MuSample is to arm major independent, upcoming, anybody that's thinking about doing music, to know that you don't have to go the major record label route anymore. If you have a phone, a tablet, an iPad, anything you have in your hand, that's your instant connection to the world. We spend time putting up, going to the studio, recording, writing the songs, shooting the videos, and we put it out there. But I think that there's a part where we miss, how do we get the return on that investment? We spend hundreds of thousands of dollars on equipments and things like that. And then I was just speaking to Leonard over there, and I was saying, most music artists don't talk to each other, or they talk to each other in passing and be like, hey, what's up? But then they don't have a connection. Like, so MuSample is to like collaborate with each other and co-write songs, or even if you are planning to sample, ask for permission before you spend the time and the money in sampling, and just basically understanding your rights as a music artist, understanding how far your music can go, how vast the amount of money your music can make you, because essentially music artists get into the music. Oh, we love it, of course, but the money that it has the potential to bring is what we're there for. And if you're not doing the foundational things, so I'm the foundational lady, you kind of like hustling backwards is what I'll say. You're putting the cart before the horse is what it is.
All right, great answers. I think we have enough time. I'm going to ask one question that was not on my script, just because I'm curious as an entrepreneur myself. What's a day in the life like for you as an entrepreneur in this music tech side? Let's start off with Aisha.
It's part, because everyone else is telling them just to release it and go on tour and do shows, and I'm like, but before you do that, you might want to go over here and make sure. So that's just the challenging part, but it's getting better now.
Thank you for sharing. Cullah, what's it like for you?
Yeah, day in the life. Well, not just a creative entrepreneur starting Firebird Media and other things, but also going on tour and being a musician and having to release new music and all this stuff. I've been making music for quite some time, and releasing lots of music under open licensing frameworks, and I've been pretty focused on that for the past, let's say, maybe 12 or 13 years of just the music. And then I started to discover some of these things that Aishel was talking about, like, oh, I should put my music on Song Trust, and oh, I should register. These assets are things that can pay derivatives through your whole life and potentially even be passed on generations to your children and to grandchildren. So that brought me into a different headspace. I did have some entrepreneurial inklings, so I went full on with entrepreneurship within the last few, right around COVID, when COVID started, and so balancing those two have been difficult. But yeah, it's honestly, I mean, a day in the life. I wake up and I make my bed and I say my prayers and I say, let's do it another day. Here we go.
Just as simple as that, right? All right. And Leonard,
Simultaneously throughout the world in a global modular way, and people can work together. And the blockchain, the way I describe it to folks, these types of technologies are just essentially, it's the new version of the internet. That's what people call it. Web3 is kind of maybe a nice umbrella term for lots of different things. But when it comes to, I mean, everything is scary jumping into it, if you don't have, it's the fear of the unknown, fear of maybe you're feeling like, I can't even begin to start to figure out these different types of things. But it's like any other type of technology. You don't really need to know how are things cryptographically secured, and what are these, how are these different consensus protocols work on a computer science level, and what's the mathematics behind it? I don't think that really is that necessary. So for people that are like worried that you need to know any of that stuff in order to utilize the technology, I would say, don't worry, you don't have to. Like if you can use your phone and you can use internet right now, and we just call it internet. But how many different types of protocols and layers of hardware and applications and networking and all these different things that are involved. It's really something that maybe now, because it's a newer technology, I will say it is the fastest adapted technology in known history. So you thought the internet was fast adopted, blockchain is even faster. So it is something that is already taking place, and it is something that has already been in motion, and big movers and big shakers are already starting to look and adopt this. So I would say you can start by learning about it. If you're in the Milwaukee area, we do have an NFT MKE meetup every month where people can come, any level of understanding or expertise come, or just come for the culture. There's also a whole new culture of Web3 that isn't really, you don't need to know all about how the ins and outs of things. It's really just kind of a new culture that's emerging, just like internet culture was in the late 90s or in the 2000s and stuff. It's persisting. So All the fear of unknown is always a little frightening, but everyone's a noob at one time. In order to be a master, you must be okay with first becoming a fool.
Is there anything that you'd like to add to that? No. Do you think that there were ever like internet meetups way back when?
Oh yeah, for sure.
Hard to imagine. Any other questions?
Hello? Oh, okay. There we go. Yeah, so I had a question for Cullah specifically, but also a general question. So I'm going to ask the first one. As far as Cardano, what inspired you guys to pursue that as a viable crypto blockchain to explore?
Yeah, great question. Well, the fundamentals of Cardano is what really attracted me. Like I said, I do have that background in computer engineering, and when I dove into blockchain and say, okay, what are the different types of stacks that are here that we can look at to utilize? Cardano was kind of it kind of stuck out there for me, and part of the reason was, it's built on the account model is like an Ethereum, where people how they monitor transactions, how transactions happen, is fundamentally different on Cardano. Cardano is a lot more built like Bitcoin is built. It's called the extended UTXO model. So that allows for kind of an acceleration of transactions, where when you measure a transaction on Cardano, you're actually measuring transactions per second and things like that. So that's one thing, but fundamentally the technology is under it. So it's also built on Haskell, which is a functional programming language. And this, sorry if I'm losing some people with this stuff, but functional programming languages are much more secure. They're used more in like jet engines or medical devices, things that there are much less room for errors. And I think that a blockchain that's running the finance industries and all the media industries and all these things, if they're going to be the underlying computational engines, they need to be on some solid bedrock. And so they've had an academic model that I really admire, where they start first with mathematical papers. They have cryptographers and mathematicians come together to solve the basic proofs. Then they bring that proof and they put it into formal methods, which is closer to a programming language. Then they do some tests on that, and then they put it on to Haskell. And then on top of that, then people can build their apps on top of that. So it's very rigorous, and there's a lot more to it. But I would say, yeah, the fundamentals of how the chain works. There's a few other things as well, but yeah, that's kind of a few of the examples as to why.
As of now, like, how are you guys just reaching out and finding people who can, aid to your cause? Like, what approaches do you guys use in that regard?
So for Alpha charts, I'm a software engineer, right? I read a lot to add to count. Use the internet, it has a lot of information out there. So I was able to build the platform in a way if people search for African music, we pop up on Google search, and that's where most of our traffic is coming from. Another way is, I have people on the ground talking to artists, educating them, and those artists go out and spread the word, and that's how we end up getting users to the platform.
Yeah, I was definitely going to say word of mouth. The next couple of months, I'm going to be real social media heavy, like promoting, and so I can be seen on. But it's word of mouth. I'm literally in the studios, in the recording sessions, in basements, kitchens, restaurants, coffee shops. I'm literally everywhere music artists are trying to provide the education.
Yeah, I could say, trying to build something decentralized definitely requires an incredible amount of community-driven focus and some core values and principles that guide you. And when it comes to building out that base, it's really just utilizing community in its core. And so, what does the community get value from? Why do they even want to show up? Like, trying to think of those questions, and think about yourself and in their shoes or whatever it might be. There's lots of avenues, but the best way is to just connect with what people want and desire. And community is been something that people have used and utilized for, it's the only reason why we're all here is because humans have adapted to be able to commune with each other. And music is one of the, if not the first or the most, I think, at least I'm a little biased, but I think it's the most important way for people gather and come together. So when it comes to music, that's putting on a show is a good way to get some people together.
Oh, hello. I'm in the back. What's up? So it sounds like everyone's got kind of like a plan as like an independent music artist of how to get their music made these days. Like you don't need the big companies to actually make the sound and do all that. But like as an outsider, I'm not a musician. I just wonder, how do you reach people that aren't just within that same, music community? Like how is the platforms you guys have started going to reach a wide audience of people like me who don't know anything about music, don't think about, the tech that you guys are talking about? Because I feel like that's just the one thing I'm curious, like, how do you take all this great stuff you guys have now and then actually reach people who just want to dance?
The artist, right? So as I was explaining to her, is what the record label do, they take the artist's music, run around and bring it back to the listeners that these guys have, which is at the fans. So the artists already have the people listen to the music. And that we are, at least for me, I'm betting on that. These artists, once they understand how the platform works, how they can benefit from it, then they should be able to bring all those listeners who will listen for free and turn them into money. Right? So if you just want to dance, hopefully you'll see your favorite artist posting on social media, telling you, hey, come listen to my music on AfroCharts.
I got one better. See this right here? I want to be all over everywhere. Twitch, YouTube, Instagram, TikTok, Snapchat, web page. I'm going to be everywhere. Everyone has one of these right now. It's either in your hand, it's on your wrist, it's in your bag. Everyone has one of these. It's just being available. Like there was music playing here earlier. Like they have to pay for playing the music. Music is literally everywhere. Grocery stores, elevators. When you got to call someone, it's you sitting there like, oh, I don't want to wait. But wait, this is a really good song. It's everywhere. So I'm going to be everywhere where everybody is. And most people are here. And if you're not there, I go to coffee shops. I go to restaurants. I sometimes stand outside and say, hey, you should register. I'll be everywhere.
Yeah, there is one interesting way that I've utilized to reach a whole new audiences is utilizing synchronization licensing, which we have a distinguished panel talking about just in a little bit, specifically about that. And what I utilized was the Creative Commons licensing, coming from a background of open source thought and all these things. These people like Lawrence Lessig and Aaron Schwartz, who co-founded and founded the Creative Commons licensing framework, which kind of allowed a global level of global level of cooperation, which is very much inspired why I've been getting in, our licensing engine for Firebird Media. But what I utilized was the filmmakers and the video game developers and the students and whoever it is that is looking for music for their projects to collaborate with. So that's a good example of trying to find someone's needs and desires. What are they looking for? Who are the people who want music, right? And so that's one of them. The people that are looking for music, and not only that, but might be looking for things that's maybe a little cheaper or on their own, or that you don't need all these gated agencies or things, or you need to know the music supervisor, or you need to know all the different parts of the music industry in order to work. I just made intentional and honest music that I cared about for over a decade and released them all under this licensing framework and put it in anywhere I could, on Reddit, on Free Music Archive, on all these sites that utilized this kind of new idea of licensing. And by doing that, I was able to then build a whole new fan base and build and utilize. But it starts first with making honest, intentional, music that is quality to begin with. That's that a lot of this conversation, a lot about how does a musician do this, that's kind of step number one. And if that's not taken care of, then it's pretty difficult for a lot of that to take off. But yeah, so that's an example of how a musician could use their music in a different way, instead of just the typical streaming or just posting to a social media. I'll get back end traffic. So there's all this audience then that is access to my music. But then what happens then on the back end, even with that, then it has to be properly monetized. It has to be you have to be able to capture that audience then, because just because someone saw a YouTube video with your song, and it doesn't mean that, like, let's say there's 1 million people that watch this video that has my song on it. Maybe there's 1% of those people that might be like, I like that song. And then maybe there's 1% of those people that actually might pull out a Shazam if there's no attribution. And then maybe there's 1% of those people that will actually come to my website. And that very well may be, but if you can do it at a global scale using the internet, right? We are very, it's a global industry now. It's a global market. We are broadcasting to the whole globe right now. We have been connected globally for some time. So and there's more and more now, less need to be in a hub, let's say like LA or New York or something, in order to achieve. Like, I think the biggest YouTuber now, Mr. Beast, is just I forget, he's somewhere, small town in North Carolina or something. Don't call me that, but something like that. And he's like, why would I move to New York? I have so much actually more leverage in my community here, and I can actually improve my community, and the rent's a lot cheaper to make a giant warehouse to do crazy videos. Good luck doing that in LA. And Milwaukee is I think is one of those cities and one of these areas, and that has that type of potential in order to where people can put a home base here. Yeah.
All right, any last questions? One more in back.
Hello, hey. Cullah just kind of touched on this a bit, and I think you said we might be talking about it more in a little bit, so we can keep it short if that's okay. But it seems like musicians, nowadays, like you were talking about, the way to get your music out is you're trying to get on Spotify playlists if you're online. Otherwise, you're out touring and trying to sell merch. But if you're just starting to try to get into licensing, it's something I've looked into, but I'm kind of lost. What would be like a recommendation of how to get started and what you need to get started? Maybe a good place to start. I know you mentioned Creative Commons. I've never heard of that, but yeah. If there's like any good advice if you're getting started with licensing?
There are many different things. He's definitely going to tell you all about it, but I'm going to tell you one that I do. Music YouTubers, Twitch people, podcasters, all of these people need music. So if you're a music artist, you could approach them about using your music on their platform or whatever they have. And there's music licensing in that. There's the sync and master license if they're doing video. Film schools, if you know people that do documentaries or they have projects for their school. Film schools, local radio stations, local videographers. It's you could go local, you can just be on the internet, and there's always people looking for music. But I'm gonna toss it over to this guy because he could tell you more.
Yeah, the giving license to something, I mean, there's a lot of different avenues to go. And what I mentioned about putting it to film or video games, that's one specific type of license called sync license, synchronization, which, yeah, we'll definitely touch more and can speak on much more with much more authority than me. But yeah, I think all the examples you said are perfect examples. I think if it's the first time hearing about Creative Commons, it's definitely look into that, the history of that. There's I did start a website called freemusic.land, which you can upload music and issue Creative Commons licenses with that website currently. It is in development for future stuff. Now that Firebird Media is kind of building this whole, I have a co-founder that I can actually kind of make some big impact with that. But we will be bringing Free Music Land onto that platform in the future. But there is Free Music Archive, which is bought out most recently and rebuilt by a great hybrid licensing company called Tribe of Noise in the Netherlands. And they very much have these ideas of step licensing, where it's like, and this, you know, where you can license your music for free up to a certain dollar amount, right? And then once you hit a dollar amount, okay, now I get to start getting paid. Things like that. Or okay, you can do licenses for this and for different types of mediums, like she said, all these different things. So I think, and I mean, I have a lot of questions about this too. You know, I'm still learning, and that's part of why I'm excited about the members of WELA coming up here, because they would probably be better suited to answer some of the more specifics of that. But I wouldn't. A license can be anything to give permission for your song to be used in various different things. So it's not that scary thing, but it's a big term that kind of touches on a lot of different pieces of property law and other types of things. So yeah, stay tuned for that. I got questions. You're making me want questions.
Can I add something? So just like how you distribute your music to Apple, Spotify, you use a distributor, right? There's also distributors to distribute music for licensing. And they don't care if you're big or small. They'll take your music, and people like it. They may use in the videos, like they said. So I'll say start there as well.
All right. I believe these three lovely people will be around for more questions. If you have them, you can ask them off to the side. And we want to make some time for demos, right? Yeah. So how would you like us to situate?
Yeah, we're going to do a peek at all three of their platforms, or at least where they're at this point. All three release stage companies. Kind of multiple layers of early stage. I think we might see all three layers here. Thank you.
Yeah, let's see here. See if this works from over here. Look at that. All right, yeah, so Firebird Media. It's a decentralized music and media protocol. So we manage assets, creative assets, using blockchain technology in a decentralized way, where our whole protocol is built upon transactions where we're not necessarily making big platforms that people are going to use and we're going to utilize. We're really more focused about low-level protocols that to build out this new standards using these new technologies, and how we can manage, track, and verify all these different types of assets using blockchain technology. So I mentioned that I am one of the co-founders. The other co-founder, his name is Blackbird, and he is an accomplished developer from Cape Town, South Africa. And he's been working on a bunch of different projects over the last couple of years on the Cardano blockchain, including one called Lending Pond, which is decentralized finance and NFTs, where it's a bridge where you can take a non-fungible token like an NFT and then put it up to be lended for other people to be able to assign value and to be able to get interest. And you can kind of like how people just use it in the traditional finance industry, where you can take assets and you can, lend on them. But now we're able to use it on a blockchain and use it for any type of non-fungible asset. And with that, he's also built a minting engine, and on the blockchain, mint is basically a term that's used for when a non-fungible token gets created on the chain. So like a blockchain, you can imagine just like a chain of blocks. And each block has little bits of information. And one of those blocks can be a non-fungible token. And non-fungible just means it can't be replicated. It's one unique token. And so that's why these unique tokens are useful for things like people's assets, because it's rare. It's very rare that an asset itself and its underlying principles will change. Maybe it'll change in terms of the ownerships, or maybe there might be metadata that needs to be updated and stuff, but the underlying asset is there, and anyone can point to it, and anyone can look at it, and we can all see that. So he is kind of the tech brains behind the things, and the musician and operations and partnerships kinds of things. So you asked about Cardano. There are some things that we didn't touch on about why we use Cardano, and one of those things that I think is really important is the concept of a non-custodial wallet. And in crypto, there's a thing called a wallet, which is where all your assets are stored. And you don't have to go too in depth that. If you're interested, just do a little Google search. What's a wallet? It's essentially your keys to your own to all your assets that are stored on chain. Kind of like your own bank. Like you own the actual keys to your own bank, and you're your own bank. And the non-custodial parts of things is what's really kind of unique about Cardano versus, let's say, some other chains like Ethereum, which people may have heard of Ethereum, which that is a smart contract thing that you can program on the blockchain and things. But non-custodial is the fact is used for the in the sense of if you want to actually get rewards from the chain, you don't have to lock up your assets into a smart contract. In Ethereum, you have to put all your assets into this contract, and that's what locks it in there, and then you can get your rewards. So you have to give up custody of your actual assets in order for some of these things to happen. So with Cardano, you don't have to do that. With our protocol, like I said, we're trying to get a very protocol level. I have no interest in at this time to take custody of anyone's assets unless we have to. For any reason, if we want to do some advanced type of lending or an advanced type of things like that. But I believe fundamentally, if you're the creator of your assets, you should have the complete ownership and the complete freedom to be able to decide who owns who if you want to sell it, or who you can give custody to. And alongside that, it's transparent, and like I mentioned before, it's a public ledger where anyone can go and query the blockchain like a database and double check. So yeah, so the main features that we're excited about is the minting engine, which Blackbird is an expert on, and he's even minted some things for our local NFT MKE. Just whipped up a little script, boom, there it is. And so he's building this whole underlying engine in order to issue assets and register them and assign and determine the metadata and all those types of things, and keeping up with standards of how these different assets are stored on chain. For example, there is a standard now of a specific type of NFT that isn't just, oh, this is an NFT that's music. No, this is a music NFT that's defined by all the developers and all the people on Cardano that are deciding, no, this is how we're going to define how NFTs are utilized in the music industry. That's one thing that we're excited about contributing to. The other is parameterized licensing. And so like I alluded to before, that we're talking about all these different types of licenses. Let's say I had a song and I just want you to use it for your event next week, and we have a certain dollar amount, and we have all these different parameters that are going into what a license entails. These areas of scope that a license touches on. And for me, I've already built a small little parameterized thing ad hoc for my own music. When people come to me, hey, I want to use this. Okay, just whip up this part of this licensing contract changes here and changes here. So we're excited about parameterizing these things, where not only can people parameterize them, just one person owning an asset, then when multiple people own certain assets, how do we parameterize that? How do we parameterize then when people are making derivative works in music, when we start dealing with publishing rights, we start dealing with covers and samples and all these things, how are we going to point back to what, and what was the right of usage, and who knows what? We got to keep track of all the emails and all the documents and all these things, but we'll be able to store these on chain. And so then, finally with that is the tracking and verification. So we're very interested in a lot of different avenues for how we can verify certain types of creative assets. There are a lot of different white label solutions now within artificial intelligence, and or just simply checking certain metadatas of certain types of songs. Like I mentioned, the heavy hand of Facebook or Meta, that might be taking down one of my streams that I'm releasing my own music, and that was because there's some communication error between my distributor, their third-party tool, and then Meta, and all these companies have to verify what's going on and all these creative assets. And as we know, a lot of these platforms, they really just take a heavy hand. They work with specific clients that are their main clients, and then kind of the everyday musician doesn't really have much of a say until maybe the very end. And so here's an example of the first application, and that D isn't a typo. In the Web3 space, that just like iPhone or whatever, people have popularized the D as a decentralized prefix for it. So this is the best that we got for this currently. Our demo is in progress, and we'll be ready for. There's a couple conferences that we're going to presenting on in Vegas and in Denver over the next few weeks, and we'll be able to show this in more full potential. But this is just an example of how you can put different audio tracks and visual tracks and put them together in order to create a new asset and start tracking these value chains. Thank you very much, everybody.
All right, Cullah and Firebird Media. Thank you. The next up, the next demo will be Aisha, and we're going to hear about MuSample.
Just a minute, they're pulling it together. If you haven't already, you could feel free to go over to the table and scan the QR code. You'll see this beautiful lady right here. MuSample, we're a content and consultancy-based platform. We're working to build out where artists can actually interact with other producers, singers, songwriters. Of course, you sign up, or if you already have an account, you can log in. One more. This will be the dashboard, or is the dashboard for music artists as they sign on. Here you have your fellow music artists, producers, record labels, or whoever that you've connected with. There's a calendar for if you have courses that you are scheduled to take, or if you have a performance or anything like that. So we have catalogs, contacts, registrations, documents. Shows you how many songs you have uploaded on the platform, how many recordings are the songs is the actual lyrics, the recording is the actual sound, how many you've released, and how many is actually registered. And I did it with different numbers because there's a lot of music out in Wisconsin where it's released, but it's not registered, it's not cataloged or anything like that. So in part of the cataloging, you're able to like upload a song or album, and then we assign it a ID number, and it'll have all the central information of your music in one place. Like if I say, Cullah, what was the last album you released? Firebird. When did you release it?
April 27th, 2022.
Most artists can't do that, but you'll be able to go and have all of that data in one place. So you'd be like, well, you find out a song from Take You Down. Oh, sorry. You find out a song from your album is now playing on a movie, or you heard it on the radio station, but you don't remember submitting it. So you can go and check it out, and all your data is there. Of course, these are like contacts, fellow artists, producers. You'll be able to like talk to them, send messages in the actual platform, collab. And this is where all of the registration takes place. We'll be able to help you with copyright, song registration, the actual recording registration. I mentioned earlier about radio registration. Like there's a list of organizations that you need to submit, from like BDS, Media-Based, SoundScan, that you need to have your music in. So it's cool to have it on the radio, but if it's not in those actual spaces, it's not actually being counted towards pretty much anything. It's just like, yeah, my song's on the radio. And then metadata is, like I said earlier with Capitol Records, that's the data where Cullah said if you're jamming, you're at a party or somewhere, and you pull out your phone and Shazam, and it says no information found, that's because there's no metadata on the actual song. So you probably jam into one of your favorite, could have been new tracks, but you don't know who created it. And then you are able to upload documents like split sheets, work for hires, song lyrics, anything that you have with an album or a song or anybody that you're working with, you'll be able to upload it. And then the last thing. Oh, sorry. Courses. I do offer music business courses. I do seminars. I do webinars. That's part of what I'm looking to revive back in 2023. Everything from music administration to publishing to intellectual property to copyrights to literally everything that you should know as a music artist. And then one more. This should be the final screen. This is how you get in touch with us. And that is all.
Yes. Thank you, Aishel. And last but not least, we've got Leonard and Afro Charts.
Good. Well, now here.
And all of you are from right around here, right?
All right. Oh, how do I turn it? Okay. All right. So yeah, this is the homepage of AfroCharts, AfroCharts.com. If you have the app, you see it's almost similar. It just looks bigger on the website. So from here, on the artist side, you literally just have to log in or click upload. Once you log in, you are able to start uploading your songs. Just like she mentioned, metadata is very important. We have to know who's the artist, who's the main artist, who's the featuring artist, when it was released. Give it a little description here and there. And then from there, once you submit the song, it gets processed behind the scene. All right. And then on the listener side, one thing that we have, even the big streaming platform don't have, is the way we are categorizing music by countries. And we see people using these features a lot. So if you just, maybe you visit one of the African countries, but you have no idea how the music sound like. You can simply go to the countries and choose that country. Like, for example, let's say Nigeria is most known. And each country has a homepage, similar like the main homepage. But the only difference is you see what's happening with music from that country. Right? So you can see the charts, the trending. We see a lot of DJs using the charts, trying to figure out, hey, what do I play? I have this party, is West African party. What do I play? They just come here and find the songs that most people are listening to. The charts are based on the number of streams a song receives in a week. So the more streams, the more likely it's gonna get to the chart. And listeners are able to download the songs if they have the AfroCharts app and save data, because data is very expensive in Africa. Here we don't care, but you can still jam offline, which gives you like non-stop listening experience. I wish I could log in, but the artists are able to see data in real time, like how the music is doing. So if I were to upload a song and click play, the moment I refresh my dashboard, I'll see exactly how many plays, if that play got added, and how much I made. So most platforms, they'll tell you, wait, maybe like 1 month, we'll let you know how much you made, right? But here on AfroCharts, they're able to see it real time. So, and we get a lot of good feedback from these independent artists where I just upload a song and I can see money going up. So yeah, that's AfroCharts. It's out there. People are using it. We got tons of good reviews on Google Play and Apple Store. Hopefully you get to use it and let us know what you think.
All right, thank you, Leonard. So 3 amazing up-and-coming music tech founders. Thank you to Cullah, Aishel, and Leonard for being here today. And with that, I think I'm going to pass the microphone off to someone with no studios here. So thanks for listening, everyone.
Hi, everyone. How's it going? My name is Luke Rapetti. I'm the GM here at No Studios. I just want to welcome everybody. Thanks for the MKE MusicTech Catalyst for hosting their event here. I hope that everyone has been here in the past. If you haven't, I welcome you to come back. The first floor is open as a cafe from 9 to 5 during the week. We've got a members rooftop and we do tons of events here. So welcome. Just a little bit about No Studios and particularly as it pertains to music. We've really done a lot to amplify Milwaukee artists over the last year. So every Friday night, you can come see a live music show on this stage. Shows start around 8 o'clock, so nothing too late. Along with that, we do live stream every show, and we also record the show, give it to the artist after the fact. We record a pre-show interview with them to help promote it. So we're really trying to kind of take the musicians to the next level, give them tools they might not otherwise have. We also just started a new mini doc series. We just completed our first one with a Milwaukee artist here. So please go to nostudios.com, check that out. It's really fun. Other than that, if you have any other questions about No Studios, feel free to find me during this event. Talk to any of my staff here. So I'm going to introduce the next speaker, someone that I've known for at least 10 years. Tariq, he's a man of many interests. You know, he's a sake expert, a music expert, and many other things. But I've known Tariq, and I do want to say that he is perfect for this because he's into music, he's into technology, and although he's not from here, he's a true champion for Milwaukee, and he's the kind of guy who's always looking for the next thing, looking to, elevate people in Milwaukee. He just started and is program director for a new urban Milwaukee radio station, which is really great. I'm really excited about that. So I guess without further ado, I don't think he needs much more introduction for anyone that lives in Milwaukee. Here's Tariq Moody.
Can I just sit down? Yeah. How's everybody doing? Let's do that again. How's everybody doing? Good. Hope you don't mind I sit down. At my age, my back hurts. So y'all sitting down, I'm sitting down. I think that's fair. Again, my name is Tariq Moody. I've been here for 15 years. I work at Radio Milwaukee. Recently, we celebrated our 15th birthday on Saturday, and we had a brand extension where we kind of have a new logo and all this kind of stuff now the company's called Radio Milwaukee, and we have 3 stations on the Radio Milwaukee, 88.9, which most of you know, 414music.fm, which is all Milwaukee music 24/7, and Hyphen, which launched on Juneteenth. A little background before I get into the whole artificial intelligence and radio and what I'm doing in that space. Hyphen is a project that was spearheaded by the Corporation of Public Broadcasting. Those the same guys that supports Sesame Street, Big Bird, NPR, all those things. They saw a need to try to bring more people of color, black and brown, to the public radio space. And so they launched this grant proposal for a format called Urban Alternative. And put in perspective, the last new radio format was what's 88.9 is, which is called AAA. That was over 50 years ago as far as a format. So it's a big deal. Prior to Hyphen launching in Juneteenth, I was consultant on other markets for this format, including Denver, Houston, and Norfolk. So right now there's 9 stations around the country in this format. Chicago was the first. Minneapolis launched 3 days before us with Carbon Sound. Jackson State in Mississippi, HBCU has an urban alternative. Houston has an urban alternative, and Norfolk has an urban alternative as well. So to give you the background, they're trying to bring kind of young multicultural audience to the public radio space. But I want to go back to, most people know that Radio Milwaukee is a nonprofit of public radio. How many do know that? So as you know, public radio, just like PBS, we have these pledge drives that many of you probably love, right? We go on air, beg for money. You're probably going, this is great. I love them begging for money. And so it was about 3 years ago where I'm sitting there on a pledge drive and sitting there trying to convince people to call to give them a coupons or something that's not related to our station. It was kind of frustrating. What's even more frustrating is that I get people come to me and say, man, I love your playlist. I build my playlist on Spotify that I give $10 a month to. And I go, hey, are you a member of 88.9? No, I don't have money to give the 88.9, but they have money to give to Spotify. They have money to go to Apple, but they build their music off the curation of what we've done. And it became kind of a frustrating thing that pledge drives with the new generation is not a sustainable model. So it got me thinking, what can we do to change that, where public radio can create, especially stations like this around the country, whether it's KCRW, 88.9, the Current, where I started at, KXP. There's over 260 stations, music stations in the public radio space, what you call non-commercial, and they all have pledge drive, all membership drives, and they're struggling. You know, I mean, they're not bankrupt, but they're meeting their needs, but they're not growing because people rather give their money to Spotify and Apple. And so, what can I do to level the playing field for the station to basically bring kind of the same technology to them that is affordable and they can create at scale? So a few years ago, I went through 4M Incubator, which is sponsored by the MKE Tech Coalition, and I wanted to create a kind of a startup, an idea to try to change that. And so, oh, it's up there, cool. What I created was a thing called Preset. I'm going to go to the slides. Can I? Forward. So you see, that's me being frustrated at a pledge drive, sitting there trying to get people to call and say, hey, we got these 2-for-1 t-shirts, coupons, call, donate, become a member, sitting there waiting for a phone call to try to get money to support what we do in the community. Next slide. So the basic problem with public radio is basically three things: relevance, resiliency, and reliance. So as you know, how many people pay for Spotify, Apple? Raise your hand, or any of those services. How many are a member of public radio stations? Raise your hands. As you see, y'all giving a lot of money to Spotify and Apple, not much money to the local community stations. Not trying to call you out, but that's just the problem. That's just the way it is across the nation. So that's been the problem. And I know most people don't, how many t-shirts can we give out? Like everybody's got probably 20 88.9 t-shirts, but people want music. We're a music station, so let's give them what they want. Next slide. Just to let you know about non-commercial, there's actually I said 260. There's 734 non-commercial stations across the state, small, medium, large, all across the station, just like 88.9. Whether it's MSC, 88.9, the Current, whatever, all the stations I meant before. And that means there's 20.5 million weekly listeners on air. And the potential for them to really try to tap into that has not been met. We have not tried as an industry. Next slide. Most people think they discover music from those streaming services. That's a false. Most people discover new music from two sources: radio and their family and friends. And actually, almost 50% discover new music from broadcast radio. Only 7% discover from the service like Spotify. Most people build playlists of stuff they know. Next slide. All four of these artists broke because of stations like Radio Milwaukee. Not commercial radio, not Spotify. We gave them an opportunity, a chance to play. For example, Lizzo played our stage in 2016. And she was basically outside changing her clothes in the back of her white van. Now she's playing arenas, sold out arenas. Next slide. So what I thought is like, what are our unique positions that Spotify does not have? So one of the things I thought about, passionate DJs that know the scene, unique shows, music journalism, Sessions, events. Spotify don't have sessions you go to. Relationship with venues, local venues and labels, and locally focused business and organizations like No Studios, for example. Spotify doesn't have that. Like, I see people wear 88.9 shirts, but I don't see people wear Spotify shirts, right? Next slide. So I want to take the best of both worlds. So I looked at what people love about streaming. I looked at what most people like about what we do. And preset became in the middle. People love on-demand. They love playlists. They love that easy access and all that catalog. But they also like to know what's going on in the community. How can we take the technology they're using to amplify what we're doing? And that's what became what preset is. Next slide. So we looked at different platforms, how we can build this. So just like Spotify or Apple, the goal was to create preset on all these platforms. Smartphone, smart speaker, computer, smart TV, car dashboard. Next. And I built this business model to try to help bring revenue to stations. So instead of you paying $10 a month for a t-shirt, you can get the t-shirt, add $5 a month, and get a kind of a new kind of streaming service that the same abilities you can get from Spotify, but with additional stuff that's more curated for your community and local, and more kind of just something really special that you can't get from those other services. One of my friends says, what's the difference between Apple, Tidal, and Spotify? A logo. They all basically have the same catalog. There's nothing different. Next slide. So potential partners, we were talking about Napster. How many people remember Napster? You know Napster's still in business, right? They have a white label streaming service. Have you heard of iHeartRadio? If you look at their app, their streaming service is powered by Napster. So I can go, any company can go and work with them. They have all the licenses and all that kind of stuff. They have all these APIs that you can build your own streaming service with. NPR Music, we're an NPR Music member station. Some people know Tiny Desk and all that kind of stuff. And then Super Hi-Fi, we'll get into that later, is one of the partners that I built a kind of a proof of concept of one of the features we'll get into later. Non-Custodial Music Alliance is the kind of organization that connects all these stations together. And Hughes Sample is kind of the idea of, you're familiar with Hughes Sample, they have a great API, like, can I build that in where people can like learn about samples and stuff while they're listening to a certain song. So there's some things I was thinking about building. Next slide. This is just a quote. To survive, radio must innovate and learn from other media and take control of its path to maintain its unique positions with advertisers, audience, and other stakeholders to the third decade of this century and beyond. I think that's the final slide. Going to the next. Yeah. So that became like, how can I build this, right? I don't have capital. I have venture capital. I don't know what to do. So it came a story in the news probably 3.5 years ago. I saw a platform called Super Hi-Fi that was partnering with stations like iHeartRadio and Sonos to use AI to create streaming channels. But they were only using it just for kind of stitching songs together. So Super Hi-Fi, you're not familiar with. They're a startup based in LA, and they use artificial intelligence to create a unique digital audio experience that sounds like you're listening to radio. So like traditionally on radio, when I want to program a station, I have to trim songs. I have to tell my DJs to actually manually duck songs, fade songs, do all that kind of work manually. Super Hi-Fi takes that out. But the problem is a lot of their clients are not using it to its full potential to really create a unique listening experience. They're just using it for those little things. So I hit up Super Hi-Fi about 2.5 years ago. Zach Zylan's the CEO of the company. I showed them this deck. And one of the features I want to create is like, you know, Spotify has these 24 streaming services. Pandora has like a jazz station or a workout stream. Imagine Radio Milwaukee has Dory in the Morning, her musical bacon, or my show Rhythm Lab. Imagine translating that to a 24/7 experience. Because a lot of people might just like Dory. They might just like Rhythm Lab, or they might like Sound Travels. So imagine taking that and creating a 24/7 experience. Obviously, a station like ours, and a lot of stations can't do that with the manpower we have, with the technology existing we have. But Super Hi-Fi allows us to do that at scale. So we worked on a kind of case study of a project of my syndicated show, Rhythm Lab Radio, to transform into a 24/7 experience. But that sounds like I'm there 24/7. So the technology basically, like me, I I send them my curation, my music, and I broke out the genres. I sent it in, and they plugged in the system. The system read all the tracks using AI, similar kind of tags that Spotify has for knowing what songs, tempo, and all that kind of stuff. And then we created all these kind of imaging, which is audio imaging and recordings we can use. So I recorded all these things. I recorded artist names, all this kind of stuff I recorded, and I sent it back to them. They plug that in all together, and they create this 24/7 stream of me like I'm playing a radio station. Fade-ins, all this stuff, context, storytelling, all those elements are put into a 24/7 stream and is going right now. So we created basically Rhythm Lab Radio 24/7, which launched back in August. And this is the first step in building this. And looking at the opportunities, we've talked about how do we monetize this? Let's say we're a membership drive. You have, you get 414 music, you get 88.9, that's all free. But hey, you have Rhythm Lab Radio, you have Sound Travels 24/7. That's $5 extra a month for the station. So we're looking at monetizing these kind of extra experiences, digital experience that people might like. So we're talking to Zach right now, Super Hi-Fi. We're also, this is streaming live, right? So I can't say certain things. So there's potential partners of actually building out a kind of a monetized experience, not just for our station, for other stations. For example, there's a great syndicated show in Philadelphia's XPN called World Cafe. They've been around for over 30 years with interviews going way back when. Imagine taking all that archive on content you heard once or twice and giving it new life in a 24/7 experience. You can integrate interviews, all this content, and the system, which have really since we started, has been so advanced and so easy to use. The interface is almost like Spotify for a programmer, that they can plug it in and create a whole new experience for World Cafe. So you can listen to interviews from 30 years ago, goes to another song, you get the whole context, the storytelling elements without the manual labor of actually editing, trimming, and all that kind of stuff. So that's kind of the ideas we've been talking about and we've been working on. So that's basically the whole idea of what I'm trying to do with artificial intelligence. I'm trying to level appeal for stations like us. I know people say they love Radio Milwaukee, they love MSC, but we need to change with the times, as before the artists have changed the times. So that's kind of what I've been working on. I wish it was a stream and I can tell you a whole lot more. Dang it. I'll give you a little tidbit. So this big potential partner is that we've been talking a lot about creating something like, how many familiar with PBS Passport on PBS? So imagine a similar thing for music stations, where these stations small stations can only, they need a staff of 2 to build a 24/7 stream instead of like a whole team and department. And the affordability to build these kind of streams, make it really accessible for stations, small stations and large stations. Another part about it is, how can I incorporate on-demand features to it? So if you like a song, you can like Pandora, it curates and make it personalized for you, even with the context of locality. Imagine I have a phone and like there's a show that's happened. I record my phone like, oh man, I'm at this show, this is great. It goes to the system, it adds it into the system and finds the right place to put it with AI. So it updates, gives it context, instead of me going back to the station, chopping it up, put it in there. So the ability to be in the moment, create content, create context, create storytelling elements using this platform, it makes it a really, really powerful tool to really hopefully get people to come back to public radio. More importantly, support us in what we're doing. So that's the platform, basically. I don't know how much time I have. That's pretty much it I have. Can that play audio? No? Okay. But if you want to check it out, you can go to hyphen.org, hyfin.org/Rhythm Lab to check out the stream. I'm really proud of that. You can listen to the experience, listen to fade-ins, listen to imaging. Even some of the imaging is kind of built with a little bit of AI. So it's really a powerful tool, and this is just the first step. One thing I tell you, one of the goals I want to do, my friend works for the Herbie Hancock Institute. We're from Howard University. I'm planning to launch Hyphen Jazz next year, a 24/7 jazz station targeted at a younger audience, primarily built on the new version of this platform in April, hopefully April 30th, International Jazz Day. So be on the lookout for that. Is there any questions about what I'm doing? PBS Passport, think about like PBS's version of Netflix. So all the shows on PBS, all the great content from different channels, you pay a fee with your local affiliate that gets the money, they get access to all this content. You get a little bit of content, but if you want more, you got to be a member of the station, the local affiliate. So idea is doing that for music stations.
Hello, hey. Hypothetically, if you were like sick and you couldn't make it into the studio, could you just pull up your 24/7 rhythm lab and then just have that be as if you're doing your show still, because it's kind of it's filling in for you?
Yeah, I mean, in theory, I could do a whole lot of cool stuff. I mean, I can go, let's say I go to South by Southwest or Afropunk Fest, and I interview somebody right on the spot, right? Imagine building that technology that, like an app that connects to that service, record what I need, push it up, and the AI, you give it a couple of rules, and it's right in the system, trimmed, all that kind of stuff that I have to do manually in Adobe Audition, that's gone. That's automatically be puts in. And I can say, oh, put it in between 12 and 4, make sure it's next to these type of artists, and go. I can do that, and that's stability. I mean, that's what, these big guys are doing these kind of things, right? And so my goal is to try to level the playing field for these smaller stations at an affordable cost.
Awesome.
Thank you. Hi. Your fourth or fifth slide, you talked about, I was fascinated, you talked about the top reasons that people find new music, or ways being the radio, half of the people, and then family and friends. I was curious, I find new music from the playlists, the Pandora. I was glad you mentioned Pandora. I was starting to feel old without an Apple Music subscription. But long question short, where does that stack up? That's where I find my new music going back for the last 10 or so years. It's the Pandora, algorithm within the Pandora that finds new music that suggests it. And so long as I give it a thumbs up or thumbs down, it continues to feed me with, ideally exactly what I'm looking for. Thanks. Nice presentation.
Yeah, thanks. As for the slide, I went too fast. 27% Pandora accounts, people discover new music through streaming service population based off that Nielsen data. So Pandora, Spotify, Apple, all those are part of the streaming ecosystem. So 27% of the population discover new music through those platforms compared to 50% through broadcast radio.
Hello. Okay. I have two questions. I guess my first question is, because those numbers, the 27% and I'm sorry, wait, 73, or can't math, but is interesting to me because I feel when you are in an echo chamber of music, you can easily fall in any of those numbers. Because for myself, I would say, okay, I fall in the 27%. So my question is, do you think that those numbers speak to access and who is paying for these memberships and who can afford these memberships?
It is access. I mean, think about it. You can go in your car, turn it on, your radio's there. Most times you want to get your stream in your car, right? You got to plug your phone in, you got to do this service. And most of the time, someone you have to pay to get access to the whole ecosystem of Spotify, Apple. So it's just the ease. Radio just makes it easier to get what you need. You just push a button and you're there.
Right.
I'm sitting in my car, my cable fell out. I got to plug my cable back in. I have a fancy car dashboard and all that. Not a lot of people have fancy car dashboards. So the just ease of listening to radio that's what it is. Once internet becomes ubiquitous and it's plugged right in the car, that's when broadcast radio needs to start worrying. That's basically, it's going to happen. Like, you won't need your phone anymore. Your internet be in every car, cheap car, expensive car. That's going to happen, and that's going to change the dynamics of what I just said. But right now, I'm trying to think about it right now. I'm trying to do what the labels should have done with Napster. Instead of suing them, figure out how to work with them. Once the Pandora's box is open, pun intended, it's open. Like, I know what's happening. iHeartRadio knows what's happening, right? iHeart has a whole platform. They're firing people left and right. They know what's happening, and they're hedging their bets. Unfortunately, I think firing local personality is not the way to do it. Local is still king, no matter it is. iHeart thinks it's not. And once you lose that locality, that's what sets us apart. I respect iHeartRadio for this innovation, but I still believe in the curation of what that local DJ, that local news person, that local person is in your community, knows what's going on, it's like a friend, right? You don't get that. No offense to the Breakfast Club and all those guys. Like, I'm really upset that Milwaukee didn't have a local morning show in the urban stations, right? They're missing that point. But the technology, they're on point. But that's what public radio does. It's the thing that these guys don't have. And I'm trying to figure out how to take that and bring it into the technology.
And my second question is kind of actually just echoing what you just said. What is Hyphen doing to connect with other local tech ecosystems to, in my eyes, educate and onboard people into music alternatives, or even just engaging in new technology alternatives that gives them access to local content?
I mean, other than what I'm trying to do here, this is the beginning. We're 4 months. Hyphen's a 4-month station. Rhythm Lab is really a test case, 24/7 in my syndicated show. So imagine I have a Friday. My show airs once a week in 10 markets. So ideally, I can localize this stream for each market within a couple hours to make it feel like, oh, I'm talking to people in Philadelphia. I'm talking to people in Chicago. But that's just the first step. There's so many opportunities that I can see we can do. But right now, as far as really bringing it access to people, it's really marketing and promotion.
Yeah.
Let's be frank. It's like, that's the next step. It's like any startup to be successful, you can have a great product, but if they don't know about it, it doesn't really matter. Exactly. So it's really getting that word out and building it up, and hopefully the partnership that we're working on can change that.
Thank you. I appreciate it.
Quick follow-up to his first, and it was an important one. I liked it. He touched on the social inequality, economic justice issues related to access. Specifically, you were asking about the streaming platforms, and they do cost a subscription. I just have free Pandora. I'm just getting by on a folk musician budget over here, you know what I mean? But I wanted your commentary or anyone's thoughts. It's an important one. We do all have, I do have a phone that's relatively new in my pocket that I can access it all. So I'm lucky there. But there are inequality issues, and that was what you were kind of questioning about. So comment or for further commentary.
Yeah, I'll comment on that. Like the streaming, we're just trying to survive. So like our access to like the Rhythm Lab stream and all those kind of streams, we're looking at like $5 a month or something like that. Hyphen the mainstream, all the mainstreams, my goal still be accessible. All the features, all those kind of things. But we want to build other kind of digital listening experience that can build in revenue for us. We're not trying to pay shareholders. We're just trying to keep the lights on and hire new people to do more content. So there's other experiences we want to do in the community. Like I'm going away from the whole technology aspect. Like our goal is really support local artists. For example, our sister station plays one Milwaukee artist. We play 2 artists. We try to connect. We do social media, videos, and all these things to really amplify them. There's plans to have festivals and all these things to really engage community and work with them and really connect them to the music ecosystem, right? So that goes beyond all this conversation, but that's also in the works as far as really championing the local music scene, especially our audience, which is primarily young Black creatives in the music scene. So,
I got one. I used to sell radio advertising. This was 22 years ago in 1999, and there wasn't internet and there wasn't streaming and all of those things. And so now at your radio station, do you sell schedules?
yeah, so public radio and commercial radio is slightly different. We have a thing called underwriting, which is basically advertising.
Okay, yeah.
But it's has FCC rules attached to it. So commercial, let's say No Studios, for example, they can go and advertise on a commercial station and say No Studios is the best place in the world. You can't do that. You can say No Studios is this factual information. That's the difference. Pretty
But
much.
for commercial stations now, though, are they just selling a schedule of spots on their station, or is that coupled with but here's you buy so many spots and you get mentions on our webpage?
Yeah, commercial stations still do that.
How viable are commercial stations? Is that a dying breed?
It's going to change. With the ability of this technology, for example, let's say I can geo-target context and stories and stuff. So imagine I know, I got all these Green Bay listeners. I can say, hey, this car dealership comes to me. I want to just focus on the Green Bay listeners. I can set it Green Bay. It plays it right in Green Bay. Milwaukee, people won't hear it.
With your thing.
Mm-hmm.
Nice.
Yeah.
That's pretty sweet. Excellent. Thank you.
Got maybe time for one more question.
Yeah, I was just wondering if you're have any plans to leverage NFTs into what you're doing, and if you could speak on that at all, or other immersive experiences online.
I did have nothing with NFTs. I used to know this guy that used to be head of I won the panel with him, head of Mike Vasilopoulos. He used to be head of Roblox for music. And I was looking at idea of how do I create kind of a experience, a streaming kind of experience on Roblox or Minecraft or something like that. But I haven't really focused on NFTs or anything like that yet. I mean, my opinion on NFTs is like, to me, an artist or even a station, the first thing they need to build a community. If you don't have a community, it doesn't matter what you sell. Like, you got to have a following to make it worthwhile for any endeavors you do. So my goal is really to build hyphen, hopefully build opportunities to build in revenue, and then we can discuss like how does NFTs work in the radio space. But I haven't really looked that closely into that. Side note, have you heard of Water and Music? It's a great platform. I'm a member. I pay $20 a month. Sherry Hugh is killing the game. And so the Discord channel really going deep dives and discussion of the pros and cons of Web3 in the music space. I'm in those Discords. They have like weekly conversations. So I follow that a lot just to see what opportunities is. But right now, that's not like in my short-term plan.
Awesome. Thank you, Tariq. The world of radio and artificial intelligence. I feel like you just scratched the surface, but I feel like as creators, we're just learning, the surface. So thank you for delivering, your knowledge, your expertise in this realm. Everyone, Tariq Moody.
Thank you.
Thank you much. I want to talk to you afterwards. All right. I'm Jason Klagstead, and I am the president of the Wisconsin area music industry called WAMI. And what is WAMI? Well, it's a 41-year-old organization. It's all volunteer, and its purpose is to recognize the achievements and accomplishments of musicians throughout Wisconsin and to connect them better. We work to provide scholarships and for students in the Wisconsin community, promote the overall Wisconsin music scene, and execute an annual awards ceremony. Today, we're very fortunate to have the following speakers with us from the Wisconsin Entertainment Lawyers Association, or WELA. Their mission is to foster the growth and development of the arts and entertainment communities in Wisconsin through comprehensive legal services, to advance the practice of entertainment law in the state, and to provide a platform for networking, education, and collaboration. Our speakers are Heidi Thole. Heidi is an intellectual property lawyer who works in branding and trademark issues such as analyzing risk around selecting, registering, and using marks, negotiating solutions with competitors, and litigating when necessary to protect her clients' interests. Her legal practices run from intellectual property, advertising, media and entertainment, trademark portfolio management and prosecution, trademark and copyright licensing, and intellectual property litigation. Today, she'll be speaking primarily on intellectual property and its intersection with the industry. Brian Cruz is a shareholder with Hurtado Zimmerman SC in Wauwatosa, Wisconsin. His law practice includes entertainment, construction, real property, and municipal bond finance. As an entertainment attorney who also happens to be a lifelong musician with an extensive history of touring, songwriting, and production work, Brian represents musicians, artists, record labels, theater owners, and creative types. He's also a founding member and currently serves as a treasurer for the Wisconsin Entertainment Lawyers Association, and also sits on the board of WAMI. This next one, I'm very proud to be able to say this is quite a lot here, but the career path for this gentleman is striking. Peter Strand. Mr. Strand is a partner at the Entertainment Media and Intellectual Property law firm Mandel Menkes LLC in Chicago. He represents content creators and providers, including authors, songwriters, and composers, recording artists, musicians, television and film writers, independent record labels, music publishers, transactional litigation matters in the entertainment industry. In addition to contract preparation, analysis, and negotiation, he assists clients with protecting and enforcing their copyrights, trademarks, and other intellectual property rights, licensing or exploiting their creative works, acquiring, distributing content, and selecting, securing, and protecting product and service brand names. Peter has taught entertainment law and music law as an adjunct professor at numerous universities, amongst them Northwestern and Marquette Law Schools. He's an immediate past chair of the ABA Forum on the Entertainment and Sports Industries. He has served in several leadership positions for the Chicago chapter of the Recording Academy, including National Trustee, President, Vice President, and Chapter Governor. In 2015, he was named one of the top 100 attorneys in Illinois by Chicago Magazine. He's also been selected as super lawyer by Billboard Magazine's 50 attorneys of note in the music business. In 2014, Peter was Entertainment Law Music Lawyer of the Year by Best Lawyers Magazine. In 2013, 15, 16, and 2018, leading lawyer in arts, entertainment, and sports in Illinois. From 2003 to 2018, in its 2018 top list for arts, entertainment, and sports in Illinois, and Illinois Super Lawyer 2007 through 2018. He also provides, and I've trapped him many times for this, pro bono work, legal services for musicians, artists, arts organizations throughout the Lawyers for the Creative Arts. In 2008, Peter received the Thomas R. Levins Awards from Lawyers for the Creative Arts and Distinguished Service to the Arts through LCA. Before becoming an attorney, Peter played and recorded as a full-time touring musician with several bands, including Yipes, who recorded 2 albums for RCA Millennium Records and released its 3rd album in December of 2018. It should also be noted here that Pete's band, Yipes, received the WAMI Hall of Fame Award in 2013. Please join me in a warm welcome for Heidi, Brian, and Pete Strand. Can you hear me without the microphone? All right. We are going to flip
flip-flop our program. We're going to talk about musical intellectual property first, and then later on we'll talk about sync licensing and music publishing, because one leads to the other, okay? So just curious who you are. How many of you are songwriters? Excellent. How many of you are music publishers? That includes if you're a songwriter also. How many of you make audio-visual works like film or TV? Okay, and digital technology folks? That's everybody right now. Okay, so we're going to talk about music intellectual property, and now that we know that we've got songwriters and content producers, we kind of know where to go. So I think we can just go.
Sounds great. Thanks, Peter. So we're going to just start off by talking about intellectual property, how that applies to the different types of works that you create, and most importantly, how that helps you protect them. And hopefully avoid spending more time with lawyers than you have to, although I'd like to say the three of us are delightful. So to start off with, it's important to note that in considering copyright, there are actually different elements. So a song can actually have multiple different types of copyrightable material in it. For example, if you think about a song, there are at least 4 different elements that you have, and each of them might be entitled to different copyright protection. When you think about it, you have your lyrics, or the words that are being said during the song, the melody, which is a succession of notes that make up the melody or the song, the rhythm, which is the pattern and timing of the music, as well as the harmony, which is the simultaneously played notes or chords that help make up the song. And so, as I mentioned, no, that works. In music, copyright protection applies to different elements, and it's really important to note the differences because there might be different.
You need to move back a little bit.
I'm good. I think we're good. Anyway, so one of the ways to illustrate all the different aspects of copyright as they apply to music are to think about like songs versus song recordings. For example, you may have a copyright in a song, but that is different than the performance or the musical recording. So Peter has one example I know he really enjoys talking about for this.
Talking about Dolly?
We're talking about Dolly.
Okay, so, you know, as Heidi said, you know, you're a bunch of songwriters, so you all know what a song is, right? And songs live out independently from sound recordings of those songs. And of course, sound recordings can be of any noise, whether it's spoken word or sound effects or music and songs. So often, the songwriter is also the recording artist, and for indie artists especially, the songwriter will own the copyright in the song and will also own the copyright in the recording. But that's not always the case, and the example I always like to use to illustrate is Dolly Parton. You're all familiar with our angel, our American angel, Dolly Parton, who sends millions of books out to kids and helped create the vaccine and does all kinds of wonderful things. She's also a brilliant songwriter. I'm sure you know that already. And she wrote a song years ago called I Will Always Love You. She recorded it. And just as a quick little rabbit hole, Elvis Presley wanted to record it. And I'm actually just finishing up the bio by Peter Grolnick. I highly recommend it. But Elvis didn't record anything that he didn't have a piece of somehow, usually through his publishing company, sometimes as a credited writer. And unfortunately, that practice of the recording artist taking credit on a song that that artist records is a long established practice. Although a couple of years ago, a group of writers in Nashville, I think they call themselves the PACT, P-A-C-T, sent out a letter saying that practice of artists taking credit, and really what they're doing is taking income stream, shouldn't be used anymore. Anyway, Dolly was Elvis wanted to record "I Will Always Love You," and you know, there was a time when putting a song on an Elvis Presley record would translate to a fair amount of money. She thought it over apparently and decided not to do it. Held on to it, and then Kevin Costner, of all people, fell in love with the song. And when he was making The Bodyguard, I think it was, with Whitney Houston, suggested to somebody, a producer, director, Whitney, I don't know who, that it would be a great song. And so Whitney recorded it. Do we have the ability to play it? It might play.
So I'll just sing it.
Very good.
In all seriousness, though, but Dolly's original chorus, I mean, her original composition was, this verse chorus setup. "I Will Always Love You" as being the chorus. She had her own way of doing it. It was still a ballad, and so she, more accurately, her publishing company, which we'll talk about later, owns the copyright in that underlying composition. When Whitney came along and did it, she added her own embellishments, her own way of performing the song. And then she ended up having a sound recording copyright, or more accurately, her record company ended up having a sound recording copyright in that song. So the reason that we like to use Dolly and Whitney as our example, not only because everybody seems to know those two songs, or those two variations of the same song, is that Dolly will always have the only composition copyright in "I Will Always Love You." Whitney's is one version and one sound recording copyright, but everybody in this room could get together and do separate versions of "I Will Always Love You," and each person could have a separate sound recording copyright.
And a practical upshot of that for you content creators is that if you're going to license music for your audio-visual presentation, you may need two copyrights. You may need a license from the songwriter or the songwriter's publisher, and you may need a license for the owner of the copyright in the sound recording. And they're not always the same.
Exactly. Thank you. So this kind of brings it around to the point of who owns what. I think, Brian, you did a really good job of delineating between who owns the composition and the fact that more than one person can own a copyright for a sound recording. So as you mentioned, only one person can own the composition, or possibly if you have a lyricist and a person writing the composition, they can be perhaps what we call joint authors. But it's a limited group.
I was just going to say the largest number, I think, of songwriters for BMI on one song was 19. And the percentage breakdowns were like 50, 30, 20, 0.5, 0.3.
Exactly. So, so the simple way to kind of try and remember it is for the composition or song, you have the one or up to 19 people, hopefully not that many. And then the sound recording is the person who actually sings or produces the recording, and possibly the record label, depending on the different type of agreement they're in. So what can be protected? The good thing about copyright is it's pretty expansive and can protect a lot of things under the sun. Not everything, but a lot of things. It's pretty interesting. Copyright is actually a constitutional right, and it was given to Congress in order to promote the useful arts and media. And so it's a protection that's given to artists in order to kind of develop creativity and promote creativity. But there are also some restrictions as well, because it's kind of dance between protecting people who create and not giving overly broad rights so that other people can't use that as an inspiration to create additional creative works themselves. So things that can't be protected are chord progressions, standard drum beats, and things in the public domain. In another area of art, I think for stories, I was once told there were only really 7 stories in the world. So similarly, there are only so many chords you can play. So things that are commonplace, unfortunate, and not original, things that you don't come up with on your own are not necessarily protectable.
And public domain means that the copyright protection, either there never was any or it has expired. And you can think easily of things that are in the public. The duration under our current copyright law is the life of the author plus 70. So things like the Bible, Jane Austen books, classical composers, Mozart and Bach and Beethoven and those folks, all that music is public domain. Rhapsody in Blue just passed into the public domain, much to United Airlines' chagrin. They were paying, I heard, between $300,000 and $1 million a year for the rights to use Rhapsody in Blue, which was obviously a branding component for them, right? That walked through the airports and in the United terminal that was playing constantly. So I assume I haven't flown United in a while, so I don't know if it's still playing, but it's for free. And one other note on public domain, Happy Birthday is actually still under copyright protection, at least the words, but nobody knows who owns it. There was a filmmaker that made a film with somebody singing Happy Birthday, and I think it was a documentary. And Warner Chappell believed it had the rights to Happy Birthday, and the filmmakers filed what's called the Declaratory Judgment, basically saying, you think you own this, we'll go to court and you can have to prove that you own it. Well, by the time they got through probably $1 million a piece, they figured out that there was no chain of title that put Warner Chappell in clear ownership of the song. They believed it was still owned, but they don't know by whom. So, roll the dice, but you're probably okay if you want to put Happy Birthday in your show.
And I do want to say one thing about standard drum beats. So what we're talking about is kick, snare, hi-hat, just a standard 4/4 beat. Something that I've been running into a lot in my practice is, and ties in with this tech issue, buying beats on the internet or having folks make beats for you that are separate from you. So I've just taking from some real life examples without giving any kind of specifics, had some situations where folks have purchased beats offline and they thought they were getting an exclusive license, and then the song was taken down. Or they get a cease and desist. They go back and they look at the terms and conditions, which are, in one case, was actually after they paid money for the beat. So I think we have possibly some misrepresentation issues there if somebody wanted to argue it. But they later come to find out that really those beats are out there under those specific scenarios only for the personal edification of the folks who are using them. They're not there for you to take and integrate into your own music and then put out there for public consumption and then to profit off of it. They're really there for you to use on your own, and that's it. And so then you're getting these takedown notices, and artists are building entire albums, entire personas around these beats that they're purchasing offline, and then finding out later that they can't use them. And so I've started to actually proactively talk to a lot of my clients, especially the ones who are in hip hop and other areas of pop where they're using beats that they're purchasing offline, and saying, hey, be careful with what you're purchasing offline because you may not be able to use it how you think you're going to use it. In those cases, the beats aren't just a standard 4/4 beat. Really what it is the entire underlying musical landscape. You're talking drums, you're talking bass lines, piano melodies, various guitar pieces. In fact, sometimes 2 or 3 layered on top of one another. Sometimes even oohs and ahs are incorporated into these beats. And then all the person has to do is write their own lyrics and then record their own lyrics over the top of those beats. So just a word of warning, if you're ever doing that, if you're looking to purchase beats online, read the terms and conditions first, consult with an attorney, or the better thing is, if you can, work with somebody collaboratively. If you can't make your own beats, work with somebody collaboratively so that at least you know what you're getting into and how you can use those beats going forward. times because
All right, so thanks, Brian. That was a really good point there. So we had talked just a little bit briefly about who is an author under the Copyright Act. And being an author is not only important because you get to put your name on it and have that feeling of ownership, but there are certain rights that the author has. So under the Copyright Act, the owner is allowed to create derivative works. They're able to publish it. They're able to record. For example, if you have a composition, they're able to record it. They're able to license it to other people. So actually, copyright is this really powerful thing that's not so much one right, but a bunch of rights about how you use and control the work that is under protection. So let's see here.
One right that's not included in the statute is the right to say no, because the rights the author or the owner have are exclusive rights, with some exceptions, which we might talk about. But the right to say no is huge. You do not have to authorize anybody to use your work. It's harder to make money from your work if you don't allow anybody to use it, but you don't have to.
And one thing we have on our slide here about band members being in, instrumental part of the songwriting. I know from representing bands, very often, say if you have 4 people together who are working collaboratively, they want to say, everybody's got an equal share. But that legally isn't necessarily the case. Legally, it's the person or persons who created the lyrics and melody who own the copyright, and maybe you have your bass player and your drummer come in and put their respective parts over there. But that doesn't necessarily mean that they own a piece of that composition copyright. And sometimes bands say, you know what, we don't care. We want everybody to, we're a team. We want everybody to own a part of it, and that's what they're going to do. But there are some situations, and I know, Peter, you like to talk about these 3 examples we have here, because they do have examples where folks who are instrumental, instrument players who are contributing to the songwriting.
Yeah, there's a convention, I call it the Nashville Method. If there's 2 or more people in the room when the song is written, generally each person gets an equal share. But that's really for simplicity. But it's not always the case. And in Nashville, they don't like to have more than 3 writers in the room. They don't like to go into quarters and fifths and sixths. But that's not always the case. And percentages should be decided among the songwriters and then memorialized in a writing. What happens, but songwriting, there's not science to it. You songwriters know this. Where does the song come from? How does it happen? You have the situation, those of you who've been in bands, songwriter comes in, has everything in mind, tells the drummer do this, tells the bass player do this, sing with me on the harmony here, I want this guitar part. Other times they come in with a melody and some of the lyrics, and through a few hours of rehearsal, a song emerges. All right, who's a writer then? You have to decide internally. That has to be decided. And where it gets really tricky is if you've got a band, and a band is essentially a partnership, if nothing else, meaning they're working for a common goal, sharing profits and losses, which most bands that I've ever heard have done. The players that are in the band that make recordings of the band are all owners of the songwriter of the sound recording copyright. So you can have 1 or more person in the band be the copyright owner of the song, and then all of the band members, at least the ones on the recording, owners of the sound recording. So it gets very convoluted, and it's the kind of stuff that needs to be sorted out. I always recommend you sort it out while you're in love with the song and the recording before it makes any money, because nobody really fights over an empty pot, right? So, but it's a little convoluted, and you have to be aware. And if you're licensing music that's pre-existing, you want to make sure that you're obtaining authorization from all the rights holders.
Excellent, thank you. And I would, yes, we just talked about that, great. And we were talking a little bit about joint authorship. We talked about that earlier. As Peter noted, one of the important things is you can decide on an agreement that's different from the defaults. So one of the important things is to both understand what the defaults are and to decide upfront before, you know, you've made money, before members have parted their ways, what your ownership is. Because if you ask 3 people the same question, you might get 5 different answers. If you're lucky, only 5 different answers. So it's good to figure that out up front.
One note on joint authors is that absent some written agreement, joint authors have equal rights to the song and or the whatever the work is, and a joint author can license the whole work without the permission or consent of the other. So if you got 3 songwriters and you want to license the song, you only need a license from one songwriter. But there's a couple of caveats. One, it can't be exclusive. You can only get an exclusive if all the rights holders sign off on it. And if you're the songwriter that gives permission and you get paid, you have to share that equally, what you get paid, with the other writers. The other thing is, on a joint work, it has to be intended from the beginning. You can't take someone else's poem that you like and put it to music and expect it to be a joint work. You still, if you did that, you wouldn't have any rights in the lyrics, the poem that you use. You'd have to get permission from the poet or whoever controls those rights to make what that would be a derivative work of the poem. So you have to be done. You have to intend to create together to have a joint work.
Now, there are some situations, however, after the fact where somebody can be added to a copyright. Typically, it would be in the case of a cease and desist. A song gets released, a cease and desist happens, and somebody says, you know, that song sounds a lot like my song. And then instead of litigating the whole thing, everybody just agrees to share in the profits and add somebody on as a secondary or third level songwriter. So sometimes while there is this intent element, in practice, you may see things out there that are, you know, a copywritten work that has people who created them at different points in time.
Excellent. One other thing to consider when thinking about ownership is the concept of work made for hire. Essentially, under the Copyright Act, if you are an employee and you're creating something within scope of your employment, the employer is not only the author, or excuse me, not only the owner, but the author, which is kind of weird to think about. I mean, you're the one creating it, but legally your employer is the owner. So that's one type of thing to be aware of. And then the other situation of work made for hire is between independent contractors. The employee arrangement's almost a little more default. That kind of applies to anything you do in your scope of employment. That may be the first time that a technical problem was not caused by me, so I just assumed. So if you're an employee, it's a little more of a default. Also, independent contractors are people who are working together or people who are working under contract for a company or another person can create a work made for hire. And that would mean that the employer is the original author and owner.
This is really significant for people creating audiovisual works and not using existing music or existing content, but hiring somebody to create content for your audiovisual work. Like you're making a film, you hire a screenwriter, you hire a composer. You, as the producer of the audiovisual work, can actually be the author of the music and the author of the screenplay and an author of all the creative elements that go into the making of your audiovisual work. But it exists only in the Copyright Act. You cannot have a work for hire that doesn't meet all the elements of the Copyright Act. Can you flip the next slide? So, oops. Anyway, if it's not an employer scope of employment, then it has to be a written contract. It has to say it's a work for hire. It has to be signed by the parties. In the Seventh Circuit, which is a federal circuit, it has to be the contract has to be executed before commencement of the work. And it has to fit into one of the 9 categories that are listed in the statute. And the categories are things like audiovisual work, which is why all audiovisual content has the benefit of work for hire. And then it's collective works, compilations, exams, answers for exams, and an atlas and something else. Significantly, sound recordings is not on that list. And so for a sound recording to be a work made for hire, it either has to be an employee, employer, scope of employment situation, or it has to fit into one of those other categories. And that's why a producer making an audiovisual work can engage a composer and own the compositions as work for hire. You cannot use existing content under a work for hire. Okay, so.
Yeah, and I've can't stress enough how it really will help you to work all this stuff out on the front end when everybody's happy. When you're engaging all the folks who you're going to work with, your artists, your collaborators, your website designers, everybody that you're working with on the front end, when everybody's happy, just work it all out. I understand from being in bands that sometimes it's not, those aren't easy conversations to have. Sometimes you don't want to insult somebody by putting a contract in front of them, but then you have to take that risk that something later on will happen that could turn into a dispute. Just the other day, I had an artist who, said to his record label, "Well, I need my artwork," and they said, "But it's our artwork." He said, "Well, it's my name and my whole, brand." And yeah, we don't care. It's our artwork. We're the record label. We created it, and it's our artwork. And then you have to have as a lawyer, you have to have these very sometimes uncomfortable conversations with your client about, well, is there anything in writing? Maybe not. And then we have to figure it out from there. So it really does help to get everything in writing, worked out at the beginning.
We could spend hours on copyright. It's a fairly dense subject, and it is the cornerstone of all music and really all entertainment business. But we don't have hours, so we're going to move on to trademarks. Is that next, Heidi?
It was, and I was going to say this applies for both copyrights and trademarks. There are systems for registering both copyrights and trademarks in the U.S. Again, I know you have a million things going on, but there are significant benefits that come with registration. For copyright, you've got a presumption of authorship and that it's valid. If unfortunately you have to, sue someone to enforce your rights, you have access to more and better damages. And also, you have to submit a copy of the thing that's going to be registered with the Copyright Office. So logically, it has to have been created by the time that you submit it to the Copyright Office. So it kind of creates a line in the sand, if there's an issue about when you created things. And similarly for trademarks, there are benefits to registration. So trademarks, we see them everywhere. I think I read a study that says you see 40 to 50,000 every time you go grocery shopping, which is a lot. And if you're on social media, probably more. But it can be a brand, a slogan, the name of your group, logos, pretty much anything. So long.
Sounds.
You're
all familiar with
Smells.
NBC, the chime? Yeah, it's actually GEC because General Electric Company used to own that.
Yeah. I mean,
Price of admission right there, right?
it really can be anything. I think I saw a store that was trying to trademark the smell of it was for a clothing brand that had one of those, you walk by in the mall and you can smell it. So really anything, so long as it serves a very specific purpose of identifying the source of the goods and services. So really they're kind of like these little condensed things that help you know where the goods or services are coming from. So let's see here. Oh, for most audiovisual works, that means, how are we identifying where the music comes from, where the video comes from, things like that. The trademark office breaks down goods and services into different classes. The ones that will probably be most relevant are class 9, which are downloadable, pretty much anything that you can download, including audio visual files. class 25, which is clothing, and then class 41, which includes things like entertainment services.
And for you musicians, Class 9 includes all the different media that you might produce and distribute: vinyl records, cassette tapes, 8 tracks, compact discs, DVR, and downloads or digital transmissions.
So if you apply for trademark registration, it'll get submitted to the Patent and Trademark Office. They'll review it, go through this process, and hopefully you will end up with a trademark registration. Like copyright, there are a lot of benefits to registration. One of the really great ones is that you have nationwide exclusive use to that trademark and preventing other people from using the same or confusingly similar marks. So even if you're starting out in Milwaukee or regionally or locally, with registration, if there's someone like in LA that's using a similar mark and that's causing confusion, with a registration, you can shut that down. Another great benefit of it is that after 5 years, it becomes incontestable, which is kind of a misnomer because it can still be canceled if you stop using the mark or you commit fraud on the trademark office. That's never good. But it does mean that no one can challenge it based on priority or likelihood of confusion, which essentially makes it very difficult to challenge your mark.
One note about trademarks is the rights attach with use. You do not have to register it to claim use or rights in a trademark. As soon as you start using it in interstate commerce, you own the rights. However, as Heidi just pointed out, there's some really significant benefits to registration.
And I will just add to that, absolutely use-based rights. So even if you don't register, don't completely panic, you still have some rights. However, if you are looking to use registration, you don't actually have to have started using the mark to apply for trademark registration, as long as you plan to use it within like next 3 to 4 years. And that can be a really great way to kind of get things going, get protection in place while you're working on the other million things you have to work on.
And how all this relates to this tech conference as well is everything is cataloged online if it's registered. So say you're trying to get a trademark and you want to see if the name that you're going to use for whatever you're going to do, your new brand, etc., is already trademarked. You can search the trademark database at the USPTO and find if that name is out there. It doesn't necessarily mean that somebody's not already using it. You want to backstop it with some other searches, but you can see if there's a registered trademark or a pending trademark. It really does help to do that at the very beginning. I've had to have conversations with folks saying, this name that you've been using for a long time is used by somebody else in a similar class of goods or services, and there could be a problem. So there's a big benefit to just doing some due diligence at the front end. Same thing with copyrights. Copyright Office has a searchable catalog, and you can find a lot in there. It's not the way it's cataloged is probably on the low end of tech. I will admit that. There's not an easy access to specimens. Sometimes things, because they were registered so long ago, it's not clear what's there. But you can always reach out to the Copyright Office and get those things later on.
And you should know that you cannot register a copyright in a title. So those of you who've written a song called Yesterday or I Will Always Love You, as long as it's not the same melody as those famous songs, you're good.
And just practically speaking as well, for enforcement on things like social media, Facebook, Instagram, Twitter, I've done a bunch of takedown notices. For better or worse, if you do have a registration number, it seems like you're going to be more successful in getting stuff taken down on social media. I hate that because you do have rights as soon as you create your work or as soon as you start using a trademark. But from a practical standpoint, especially if you're going to be using a lot of social media, it just makes it a little bit easier to, get infringing stuff taken down. And the last thing we're going to talk about just real quick, right of publicity. It's kind of a IP, intellectual property overlaps with one another, but simply put, right of publicity is the right to use your name, image, and likeness. And that includes obviously your name, your image, your likeness, but also things like nicknames. If you have any particular, like, I don't know, dance movements or gestures can also be protected under right of publicity.
Voice.
Oh, yes, that's a great one. Yeah, voice as well. And so right of publicity is essentially the right to commercialize who you are, like how you represent yourself, your name, your image. And it's important in music. We see it a lot in audio visual as well, where you need to use people like in promotional materials or names for different sort of labels or advertisements. And again, one of those things that's good to get taken care of on the front end when people are hopefully agreeing with each other rather than afterwards.
There is no national right of publicity. It falls to state law. Many states have statutes that cover it. California has a very extensive one. Tennessee, thanks to Elvis Presley, very extensive. Indiana, because Getty Images is based there. New York has a very weak right of publicity law. So it depends on where you're living and what the use is. But voice, signature, Vanna White as a robot in a wig actually had a right of publicity. So
excellent. And thank you very much. I think we squeezed in a very short tour of property. But if anyone has any questions, otherwise I think we were headed to a break.
Yeah, I had a question for Ryan. Yes. Okay. Yeah. So in regards to you were talking about having a dispute or having disputes sometimes with artists and the beat or whatever. So I was curious about in the case of sometimes in I can't think of what the service is called, but BeatStars, you have a contract that they give you that's for a leasing agreement or something like that. Say an artist, somehow the producer tracks and says, okay, this artist clearly has 20,000 streams, 20, whatever the limits are. How would you go about like facilitating arbitration if there was something like that, or like in a broad sense, not in like a specific sense? Could you offer any insight to that?
Well, so I guess first of all, you're assuming that the terms and conditions are requiring an arbitration. For everybody else, arbitration is basically an alternative to dispute resolution in the courts. And in those beats, in a lot of those beat websites, the arbitration is probably not going to be in the location that's where you currently are located. If you're in Wisconsin and you're buying a beat, it's probably going to be in New York or LA, or I should say California, very likely LA. And in that case, arbitration may not be the best thing for you. Now we're getting into advice, and I can't really give a lot of advice, but what you really want to do in every single one of those cases, and especially the other thing you touched on, is tracking a certain number of streams, because a lot of these beat terms and conditions will talk about a certain number of streams. An exclusive license may not be infinite. An exclusive license may be 20,000 streams. And at 20,000 streams, you have to re-up that license again, and then you get another exclusive license for another 20,000 streams. And it just goes on infinitely. And so in those cases, the best thing to really do is make sure that you understand what you're getting into, first of all, and with an eye towards hopefully never having to go through a dispute resolution process. And admittedly, some of those terms and conditions can be a little hard to understand. And so it helps to read through it all. And if you don't understand it, to enlist help. And if it's something that you don't think is going to work for you, then go somewhere else or create something with somebody else.
Yeah, when you click it, it's as good as reading it. So you might as well read it.
Hi there. So you talked about ownership splits between copyright, or specifically the publishing rather, and how if that's split between owners, you don't need the permission of the other person to distribute that. If you own your 100% of your publishing, but let's say the masters are split, so your producer owns 3% or whatever, when it comes to distribution of that sound recording, is that of any implication if those ownerships of just the masters are split between multiple people?
So yeah, if someone's going to distribute it, they'll want authorization from the owners of the copyright. Yeah. Okay. So if it's distribution, if it's a reproduction of the song as a sound recording, then the songwriter gives that permission. It's called a mechanical license for an author. We'll talk about this in a second. For an audio only work, and for the sound recording, it's whoever it is that has an ownership. Yes, you're right. A producer often has an ownership interest in the sound recording.
I guess I got two parts indirect to each other. First is the cloudy word of fair use as far as a creator in podcasts and music podcasts. And there's a lot of.
I'm going to stop you on part one because fair use is a defense.
Yes, that's what I'm trying to figure out.
When do you use a defense? When you've been sued. So if you've been sued, you're already going to have to spend money to defend it. So I always tell people, for anything you're making, believe that everything you're using needs to be licensed, and never believe in fair use, okay? Because unless you got a budget of $250,000, it's not fair use until a judge says it's fair use.
So as far as fair use on the side of somebody who's an editorial person that's reviewing a song or reviewing, they said if you use context with the song, you can play a little bit of it to explain your context. Is that true?
Yes.
That is true. Second part, and directly related to it, is the world of sound exchange, where people get paid from streaming. How is sound exchange connected to the whole copyright law? So let's say I'm not really, as an artist, register song and sound exchange, get paid streams. Do they have to prove their copyright in sound exchange, or they like?
You have to register with Sound Exchange. Sound Exchange pays the license fee for the digital transmission of a sound recording, and it's paid to the featured artist. The copyright feature artist gets 45%. The copyright owner gets 50%, and the other 5% are split between SAG-AFTRA and the musicians union.
So this,
now, if you don't have unions, then obviously the artist gets the full 50.
So when a local artist or somebody, independent artist, registers Sound Exchange, they have to prove they have a copyright. Is that correct?
I don't know that they require you to upload your copyright registration.
So technically, someone can like sample a whole bunch of stuff, put it in Sound Exchange, get paid without any. I'm just trying to, the gray area there of like someone makes 1 million streams and Sound Exchange get paid, and all of a sudden.
I think you're a cynic. I think that's your problem.
I'm just trying to like make sure some of these artists do register Sound Exchange. I just want to make sure that when I tell a local artist that you need to do certain things.
There's a lot of, we're going to talk about more. There's a lot of registrations. Local artists, national artists, international artists must be doing to collect all of the income streams that are available from the exploitation of your music, whether it's musical compositions or sound recordings or both. We had one question up here. I'm sorry, we're just going to go right through the bio break, okay?
So going back to the topic of metadata earlier, you mentioned that that the relevancy of this current specific topic is because we're online. My question is, and I know none of you guys, or I'm just assuming, which I could be making an ass of myself, that you guys don't have strong blockchain background. But my question is that for the NFTs on a public ledger, a lot of it, what's connected to it is that metadata. So my question is, do you see in a judge in a court world being able to use the blockchain as a source of this copyrighted metadata information as a justification of ownership?
Metadata is a reporting of ownership. It's a claim and assertion. And if it was created contemporaneously with the product, then yeah, I think it'll have the weight of good evidence. But all evidence is assessed by the trier of fact.
I'm just really excited. I overheard some of that conversation earlier, and I actually think that's some of the more powerful ways to use NFTs. I mean, people are getting really excited about like files of different, there's a case about like handbags for like NFT files. That's not as exciting to me. The proof of ownership and being able to have that easily accessible record, I think I hope is where people are going to see the power of NFTs and where they're going to go, because I think it does have a lot of those implications.
There was a notion a few years ago that blockchain was going to solve all the problems of licensees who had trouble getting rights from all the rights holders. The problem is that the rights holders still have the right to say no, even if they're on blockchain. So you still have to get a yes from every rights holder to use the property.
Got a question here. Yeah, two-part. Well, the first question is when it comes to who owns certain parts of a recording. Let's say there's a band that hires out a team to make a video of a live production of their song that they're performing. Let's say like right here, there's an artist that's going to play after all this is done. It's his song. He'll get all the publishing. He'll get the PR. The PRO will give him a kickback if he registers it and says he plays it. But of that new sound recording, then that's paired with that video, does that have to have its own ISRC code or like a live version of it? And would he, and let's say there isn't any talk of who owns it, which party would have claim to that sound recording?
Well, it would really be whoever's laying that claim at the front end. So, and it's a good question to ask. In this particular scenario, I don't know what kind of discussions were had, about who's going to own that. I have had situations where there are discussions on the front end where a video company comes in and they're strictly a work for hire. And so the video team will do their production, they'll do their post-production, they'll turn over the video, which includes the sound recording, to the person who's hiring them, who's likely the performer or their management. And then that IP then becomes the sole property of the performer or their management. The video company gets their fee, but they walk away and there's no further discussion. But theoretically, it could go the other way, where the company says, well, no, I'm sorry, we own the video. You may own the publishing, but we own this part. And in which case it could get admittedly messy.
Yeah, I would argue that the director of the video and the performers whose performance are captured on the video are authors for copyright purposes if there's not any written agreement to the contrary.
Okay, yeah, my second question is about stems of, let's say, electronic music is part of its success is the ability for many people to remix things and make derivative works of each other's pieces of the recording song. So like, let's say an artist they'll register their master, but they'll also have other audio files that are just of the specific parts of the song, the stems. And so if those were then to be licensed individually as individual stems, or let's say like would those also need a specific IRC code, and would those also have to be master recordings themselves as those parts of that master, and how would that work?
I think that's a very good question. I'm going to give it to my law students and have them sort it out. So I'll give you the most lawyerly answer there is. It depends. I think that where you have a true collaboration like a band, I don't think you can break out each individual stem, because they're making the finished work is the full recording, whether it's mixed or mastered or remixed or whatever, right? But I can't give you a definitive answer on that, because I've never encountered that separated like that.
Now, there are scenarios in other aspects of copyright law, such as architecture, where you can copyright the entire building in and of itself, or you can copyright each individual technical sheet. Each one requires a separate registration. Each one becomes its own individual registration. But in that case, one person, say if you have if you're building a building like here, you've got your mason, you've got your MEPs being mechanicals, electrical, plumbing, and all those folks come together to build the big building. So the person who commissioned the building, the owner, will likely own the copyright. Well, I won't say likely, but by contract may own the copyright in the overall building, because that's how they've allocated that for continuing use. But it's very possible that in that contract process, the mechanical engineer, the electrical engineer, and the plumber all retain copyright in each of their own specific set of technical sheets. That does create a pretty big mess. And when I'm dealing with the construction side of my practice, we do have to have some meetings on the front end and then contract for that. Very likely because the owner wants to be able to maintain the building for the entire life cycle of the building. So while it may be a good question for law students because maybe the music side hasn't caught up to it, it is possible that other areas like architecture will have analogies that we can work from.
And you were wondering how he's going to work construction law into this presentation.
I'm sorry. Hi, I'm back here. I don't have a law degree, but I am planning to go to Marquette Law. I did talk to you, Mr. Shan. But if you are having separate parts of a track, you definitely want to put an ISRC code on each track that is being placed, because I tell artists, if you submit music to like a DJ that's recording, he can take another person's instrumental and put your vocals. So every piece, if you scan the QR code over there, go to Mute Sample, we'll help you with all of that. But every piece of the song needs to have an ISRC code. Because say I'm a DJ, I like Drake's instrumental and I like your vocals, and I put your vocals over Drake instrumental and I play it on the radio or wherever I'm at, you should be getting paid for that. Whoever,
Got nothing to do with publishing.
It'll go back to whoever's ISRC code it is, like whoever it's registered to, it'll go back to that individual.
Shall we try and do a little bit of music publishing here? We're getting low on time.
Yeah, well, so we did kind of skip over the bio break. What time we have here, John? So if we want, we can take a 5-minute break, or we can just get right into music sync and publishing. What do we think? Break? All right, let's take a 5-minute break. Then we'll be back to hear more from these.
As they say on the set, it's a hard 5.
Right, a hard 5, yeah. Friends from WELA. Everyone was very interested in talking to one another. I love that. That sounds like community. Yeah. So we will pick up the conversation, very riveting conversation about the legal aspects of music technology. And I know there's already people been asking me questions about publishing and sync licensing. So I would imagine that we'll have just as many questions as we did last session. So again, Peter and Brian and Heidi from WELA, this time talking about music publishing and sync administration.
All right, so music publishing is a complex, complicated industry, but essentially it is the business of the exploitation in the music industry, that's a good word, of a musical composition of a song. Music publishing does not, the property is the song, not the sound recording. They intersect, of course, because songs are recorded, but it's the industry of the composition, not the recording.
We have a PowerPoint, but our little clicker's not working. So we can probably wing it, or we could probably try to bring the laptop up here, or I could just tell you next slide. There's a way to just advance it that way. Well, either way, the first slide basically said what Peter just said, that music publishing is the exploitation of works. Sure, you go. Thank you.
So the industry of music publishing comes from the Copyright Act, as we said earlier. The author or songwriter has essentially 5 exclusive rights that are set forth in the statute: distribution, reproduction, derivative work, display, and public performance. And of course, as I said earlier, the right to say no. I have this bad habit of saying that copyrighted or music is the child of a lesser copyright god. Musical compositions and actually sound recordings have lesser rights than other kinds of works. And the main one is that there's a compulsory license to use a song in an audio-only recording. The only other compulsory license in the Copyright Act has to do with cable TV and getting the signal across the mountains, basically. So once a song has been recorded in connection, recorded with the authorization of the songwriter or the rights holder, anybody else can record that song without getting permission of the songwriter or the owner of the rights. If you're a songwriter and you put out your own recording and it's beyond family and friends, somebody else comes along and decides to record it and makes the worst, awful, possible, horrible version of your song, you can't say no. They can do it. They can completely ruin your song. The good news is they got to pay you 9.1 cents per copy, whether it's physical or digital. And that's going to go up next year to 12 cents a copy. That's called a compulsory license fee. It's also called the mechanical license fee. It's also called the statutory license fee. And it goes back, way back to 1909 and player piano rolls. The original fee for making a recording of a song was 2 cents. It's gone all the way up to 9 in 112 years.
So where this comes in is if you're an artist who is cutting other people's songs, or maybe you want to just put a cover on your record, you don't have to necessarily go and ask their permission. In fact, you don't have to ask their permission at all. So long as you give a notice and pay them that 9.1 cents, you can cover the song. And talking about tech, the historical way to do it was you'd find out who owned the publishing, you would send them a physical notice, and then you would sometimes have to execute some sort of agreement. And there are folks who still do that, and that's a perfectly acceptable way of doing it. In fact, that's what the copyright code says. But there are many innovative ways that you can get mechanical licenses now from a lot of different publishers. Knowing that it's a compulsory compulsory matter. Thank you. Knowing that it's a compulsory matter, there are publishers who basically just have a shopping cart set up on their website. And so if you can go to find out who owns the publishing in a certain song, then you go to their publisher's website and they have one of these carts. You say, oh, I'm going to make 100 copies. So you type in 100 copies of this song, you find the song, it brings you to a cart, you check out, there, you've got your compulsory license. If you exceed that 100, they expect you to come back and buy some more. But that's how a number of these publishers have things set up, and it actually makes for a really easy process.
Right. I want you to bear in mind, though, and we're going to talk more about this. The license we're talking about, this compulsory license, is to make an audio-only recording of a song. If there's a visual element to what you're doing, including a static image, you see this on YouTube all the time, where people put up a recording of a song and a static image of the band or just an image, that now requires a synchronization license because there's a synchronization with audio-visual work. So do not get confused. You can get a compulsory license and go to the Harry Fox agency for an audio-only recording. You cannot do that if you've got a visual component to what your use is, okay? So
we just got listed up here, some of the major music publishers that you may be aware of: Sony, ATV, Universal, Warner, BMG. There are other minor, we call major independents, Concord, Cobalt, etc. And then there's self-publishing, which is just as viable of a method as anything else, and in fact applies to quite a few songwriters and probably a number of people in this room. If you aren't aligned with a publishing company, meaning that someone hasn't signed a contract with you to administer your publishing, then you are your own publisher and you are self-publishing. That means that you then work to exploit those rights. That means that you also then worked to collect those rights. So if somebody wants to cover one of your songs, that means that you then collect the information on it and then issue the license in the form that you should issue it. And then you're responsible for collecting those amounts as they come in.
next slide, please.
Nope. Not gonna happen. These batteries are dead too. Can you just hit the forward arrow, please?
Technology, huh?
Just hit the forward arrow, please. I'm not sure. Yeah.
So, here we go. Music licenses. There are essentially four main income streams, four main licenses for musical compositions: public performance, mechanical, what we just talked about, which is the audio-only reproduction; synchronization, which is synchronizing the music in timed relation to a visual image; and print, which now includes display on computer screens, online, that kind of stuff. So we talked about compulsory, mechanical, statutory, audio only. Take that home with you, audio only. Public performance. This right actually goes back to the 1909 Act. ASCAP was formed in 1929, I think, by John Philip Sousa and Victor Herbert and a few other famous composers who realized their music was getting performed without any permission. So public performance, you can see the live venue, radio, television, retail, restaurant, almost any place where music is performed, either live or recorded music. It implies a performance rights license.
And then you have the performing rights societies who maintain those registrations and administer those licenses. So ASCAP, BMI, many folks in this room may be aligned with any of these, but ASCAP and BMI are the two that most folks would be represented by. CSAC and GMR are two other ones. CSAC is more selective, as is GMR. ASCAP and BMI will take anybody.
They have to.
Right. There's a consent
There's actually
decree.
a consent decree from the Justice Department that requires them to take everybody who wants to join.
And so if you want to ensure as a songwriter that you're getting every revenue, every piece of revenue coming in from the public performance, so those bars and things like that that we looked at a couple of minutes ago, you're going to want to make sure that you register with ASCAP or BMI or CSAC or GMR to the extent you can, and then upload all of your catalog. And by upload, I mean basically enter all the information, enter the song names, who owns the publishing in these songs, who to contact for the information. ASCAP and BMI have what's called Song View, and it's a now commingled listing between the two of them, where if you want to know who owns the song, you go to Song View and you can find out who owns all the rights in that particular song. And then you can also register all of your set lists, which I think we talked about before. And if you, it's an additional way to make a little bit extra money for performing your own songs, because these venues have to pay a license fee to ASCAP or BMI. ASCAP BMI then issues pro rata payment to all the people who are registered. And if you are registered and your songs are being performed and those license fees are being collected, then you get paid. So it is important that you maintain those registrations. It is a lot of work, I get it, but the payoff is endless. And it is a lot of work to maintain your set list as well, but there is an additional payoff, and it's a pretty substantial payoff in relation to everything else.
From a audio-visual content creator, public performance won't impact you. You won't have to pay any public performance rights for the performance of your audio-visual work. The venue will, and there's also this huge exception. Theaters do not have to pay for public performance. If you're creating content and you're using, say, a work for hire, and you're hiring a composer, and you become the owner of the compositions that are created for your audiovisual work, you can actually register those compositions with a performing rights organization and collect money if they're performed on, if your program is shown on television, on the internet, anywhere but in a movie theater, basically.
At the very bottom here, I say review royalty statements, and the next slide is talking about mechanical licenses, which we've already talked about a little bit. But the reason I put that note to review royalty statements is that if you're working with a publisher who issues you a royalty statement, or you're working with ASCAP, BMI, CSAC, or GMR, a PRO that's issuing you a royalty statement, you should regularly review those. Either your manager should, or you should, and just ensure that everything's correct. It's a great way to ensure that there's not money being left on the table. Personally had situations with clients who have reviewed a royalty statement for a mechanical license and discovered that there was, for example, a 10% share going to somebody else. And then when we looked into the situation, we found out that it was an error. It was an error that we had to fix, but it was an error that was going back several years and several thousand dollars. And so then the publisher had to correct it, actually deduct the amount from the other person who was supposed to be receiving that amount and send it to my client. But it can really add up if you don't monitor those things and watch them pretty closely.
There is a relatively new organization called the Mechanical Licensing Collective. It was created by the Music Modernization Act a couple of years ago, and it essentially creates a licensing scheme for streaming platforms. So if you're a songwriter or a publisher, you want to make sure you're also registered with the Mechanical Licensing Collective, so that if your music, your compositions are streamed on any of the platforms, the MLC is aware of it, and you can get your royalties from it.
So I think Peter already talked about the rates here and that they are going to be going up. And so I think this is a good place to start talking about sync licenses. Peter did touch on that anytime that you have music that's being synchronized with visual images, including static images like YouTube, that is a synchronization license in play. Film, television, videos, websites, video games, all of those are going to be a sync license. And as the folks in the first panel talked about, you are going to need to go to 2 different places to get that license. It's going to be the master rights holder, so the sound recording, and also the publisher or the composition copyright holder. You can't have a sync license without having both of those rights in place. And there are scenarios where one will grant rights and the other won't, or one waits till the other one responds. Now, it is a free market. So unlike the mechanical license that we talked about before, where it's a set rate that's static for a number of years for every song, there's a lot of things that come into play that a publisher could talk about when they're setting a price. They could say, we want to know your context. We want to know your duration of use. We want to know your distribution. We want to know your overall budget. And they will take all of those things and ask you these things, which sometimes can be a little hard to answer, especially if, say, you're an independent filmmaker. And then they will give you a price that they want for that sync license.
Right. They're going to also ask you, tell us about the use. Opening song, opening credits, much more expensive. Closing credits, not quite as expensive. Character lip syncing or singing the song, more expensive. Background behind a scene where there's dialogue, less expensive. Also, if you're a content creator, well, let me take a step back. Typically, the price of the song and the price of the sound recording are going to match. So if you get quoted a license fee for $5,000 from the publisher, it's likely that the owner of the master recording will also charge you $5,000. So here's how you can save $5,000. You can hire someone to make a recording of the song. You still have to get the license, but you can hire them under work for hire, and you can own the recording. And now you've saved yourself the $5,000 license fee because you're not using somebody else's property. You're using property that you just created.
So I did talk about the two different rights, and we did talk a little bit about the process, but I just wanted to highlight the automated systems side because we are talking about tech. Just like mechanical licenses, publishers have instituted shopping carts for mechanical licenses. There are similar systems that are in place on almost every publisher's website. So if you have a song that you want to use and you've identified that publisher and that song is part of their catalog, you go to that website, you find the song, you fill out a form, and you submit it. Now, to process, sometimes you submit it and you never get a response back. Sometimes you submit the response, or you submit something several times and you never get a response back. Sometimes you submit it and you get a response back 6 months later after the movie's all done.
You know, you've probably read about the sale of catalogs. Bob Dylan selling his for $300 million, and Springsteen selling his was both songs and recordings for $500 million, and Neil Young for, I think it was $200 million. The upshot of that is I think these songs are going to be a lot more affordable. The buyers are going to have to license to make their money back, and so they're going to be much more amenable to licensing songs in commercials, in video games, in television, and film. That there was some reluctance often from sort of the British invasion and the classic rock songwriters were a little reluctant to. At least in the U.S., they're all licensing in Japan and stuff the whole time. But at least in the U.S., they were reluctant to allow their songs to be used in commercials.
Now, a serious conversation I've had with some filmmakers that I've worked with is you could spend the $5,000 on, a song that fits, and if it fits and you have the budget, do it. Absolutely. I mean, it's your art. But it's also a great example of how local music can become part of your project. And I know one of the questions early in the first panel was, how do you get your music into sync license? Because right now we know that streaming is not paying out we know it's not paying out a lot. You have to have a lot of streams to get a significant amount of money. So a lot of folks are focusing in on sync license as a way of getting something that's more substantial, whether it's a commercial or an indie film or whatever it may be. If you can get your song in a movie or a commercial, that's a big chunk of money. And so there's a couple different ways to do it. One, you can align with a publisher who shops your catalog. And sometimes that works well. Some publishers do they're more of an accounting house. And Peter may have experienced the same thing. I have some more legacy artists that I represent who have complained to me that their publisher is really, they've set up an automated system. So we're talking tech. They set up an automated system that takes in all these various uses of the songs and then puts it into a big spreadsheet and pays out accordingly, which makes for a nice, easy administration of your publishing. The downside that in practice that a lot of folks that I've talked to have encountered is that personalized pushing of songs may have started to die because of that. I'm not saying that that's in the case of every publisher, but some publishers that's happened in. There are some publishing houses that strictly represent folks who want their music in a sync context, and they'll boast, hey, we can get you in Yellowstone, hey, we can get you on Netflix's new thing, we can get you in Hulu's new thing. And in those cases, what you have to weigh is, if they're going to offer you some sort of deal, do you want it to be on an exclusive basis or a non-exclusive basis? Meaning, are you going to put all of your trust into that company to get you all of those placements, or are you going to hopefully use a couple different companies to get you a couple different placements? And if you've been in entertainment long enough, you know that a lot of people can make a lot of great promises and fall short on those promises. Or they talk a really big game and the outcome is not great. Perfect example, talking to this publishing house that deals just in YouTube or not YouTube, Netflix and Hulu, really wanted my client's song and they could offer me $75. And my client said, $75 is nothing. I mean, it was the feature song. They wanted it to be the feature. And it just wasn't enough. The amount wasn't enough for the use, and the client rejected it, which they have a right to. There are also companies like, I think it's called Rumblefish, that you can use. And sometimes if you sign up with CD Baby or TuneCore, DistroKid, they'll have like an opt-in version that says, opt in for all uses. And that includes their sync licensing opportunities. And sometimes you can get your music in shows or movies that way, but occasionally that also means that you aren't controlling how your music is being used. You're also not controlling your price, and you may get a nice check for 11 cents. And you said, well, I opted in, that's it. So if you're doing that, if you're distroing through CD Baby, TuneCore, DistroKid, make sure that you figure out exactly who they're using and what that means for you. And if it means that you have to opt out and just go to another publisher, maybe that's the best thing for you.
I'll throw in a plug for a friend of WELA and a friend of WAMI, Broad Jam out of Madison and Roy Elkins. They present a lot of licensing opportunities to their membership, so you might investigate that.
That was the end of our presentation.
Any questions?
We wanted to leave lots of time open. We know this is kind of especially with the first panel, that there was a lot of questions about this. And so we wanted to leave at least 10 minutes here open for questions.
I just have a question about the licensing. Like, I've released a number of holiday records, and one thing I've noticed about the system being sort of broken is you have to guess the amount of streams and downloads. How do you advise clients around that process? And I also read that you have to renew the license every year when you're releasing something. Is that indeed true, and who's monitoring those details?
Are you talking about a sync license, or are you talking about a...
No, just like when you're releasing a cover of a song, just audio.
If you've exceeded the number of, so say you bought 1,000 units, and you haven't used that 1,000 units in a year, there's no requirement that you have to re-up every year. That license should be fine. What I will say though is check your terms and conditions, because there may be something with the people that you're contracting with that they do say that you have to give them an accounting every quarter, every 30 days, or every year. I have written contracts just like that, which say even if you're generating zero income, you need to give us an accounting, so at least we know where we are.
Yeah, it's
So that's
through
possible.
Harry Fox.
I have to say there's a little bit of the honor system in it.
Yeah, I find it just kind of like interesting, right? Because as a person releasing music, you have to guess, right? So it's like, well, should I guess it's going to do like 200 or 5? You know what I'm saying? So it just kind of seems like a broken part of the system. And I know there's probably tech people working on fixing that. So writers actually earn, based on reality versus guessing, but maybe they earn more based on guessing.
The royalty system for music has always been iffy. Before there was SoundScan, the charts were based on reports from record stores, and they were induced to give good reports. We will give you 10 free new Beatles records that you can sell if you say that this record by somebody else is #1 in your store. There's never been complete accurate accounting. Interestingly, now with streaming, I think a couple years ago there was the first 1 million lines of data royalty report that was issued. Every stream is reported from, at least from the major platforms, and so they no longer publish in print. They don't do physical statements because they're just huge, but they're much more accurate. The problem is it's fractions of a penny per stream. So
Thank you.
So, kind of piggybacking off of her question, because this is some ignorance on my part. Like, I'm not a big music person at all. But I am a techie, and what I do know is from like the TikToks, Instagrams, Spotify's, any kind of social media platforms, it does give you like that streaming data. So my question is, yeah, I hear what she's saying in terms of the guessing, but is it just the responsibility of the artist to know where you're marketing and know, this is a question, is it the responsibility of the artist of the artist to know where they're marketing and be factual with the numbers that they're getting from that?
Yes and yes. So if you're cutting somebody's songs and you're reporting, you're going to HFA and you're putting in a shopping cart a number of songs, you do have to guess. That's an unfortunate part of it. But the nice thing about it is that there's no penalty if you underguess. You just buy a larger license. Again, on the honor system, just like Peter said, but you'd like to think that there is some honesty there, especially when it comes to verifiable facts. On the other side, if you're an artist who's looking to police your mechanical licenses, it can get pretty crazy sometimes, because I represent a couple songwriters who have found out that somebody cut a song a decade ago and they've received $0 from it, and then we go down this rabbit hole of, well, who released it, what happened, how did can we get the money back? Did the money go into the black box just being an aggregate of funds that goes on a pro rata share to a bunch of other people once an actual owner's not been identified? And that happens too. I've had a couple guys who I've had to say to very seriously, we waited too long. 11 years ago, we could have registered with this with Harry Fox, and you could have been receiving a boatload of money. You waited 11 years, and now unfortunately that money is no longer available. But sometimes you luck out. I have lucked out and found uses where somebody was holding on to the money for 10 years. Now that's a rarity, but then great, you found it, and then you establish a license and a protocol going forward. Okay, well, 10 years have gone by, but now we need to probably figure out what we're going to do going forward.
Just another thought. There's no such thing as innocent infringement. Infringement is a toggle switch. Any unauthorized use of a copyrighted work is infringement. There may be factors to mitigate it. For example, fair use, as we talked about briefly. Maybe but the fact that you're not making money from it, the fact that it's a documentary, the fact that it's, only distributed in limited run, none of that makes it excusable. It does make it maybe less damage. So if you're creating content, I think you should always start with the supposition that somebody owns it, and you need to find out who if you're going to use it.
And you do have to be your own best advocate. I mean, it goes to the second part of some artists policing their copyrights for 10 years or more. If you think that something's being used somewhere, reach out, or if you're working with a publisher, contact your publisher. Because a lot of times a publisher won't know that somebody cut your song. So-and-so on such and such label cut my song 6 years ago, and my publisher, you haven't been giving me any royalties. The publisher's going to go, we had no clue. Now, is there a failing on the publisher in that respect? Yes. But if you knew that this person cut your song, contact the publisher and say, hey, are you tracking the song? Yep. Okay, great. And then you save a lot of hassle on the back end. So sometimes, just like with a lot of other things in the industry, you do have to be your own best advocate. Or if you have a management team, make sure your management team is advocating for you, or make sure your attorneys are advocating for you. I know we've got 16 seconds. So if anybody else has a question, we can fit one more in, but if not, thank you all. Yeah.
Thank you.
Then after that, are there more chairs coming up? Or thanks, John.
What mic? That one?
Can you hear me?
I can hear you. Can you hear
Hey,
me?
there she is.
All right,
Yeah, we
let's
got
go.
All right, everybody. We are ready to enter this next segment. Again, my name is Cullah. I'm a musician and technologist and creative entrepreneur here in Milwaukee, founder of NFT MKE. I'm very honored to be here today before this live stream audience and in-person audience. Shouts out to all the people in the metaverse there. My whole life, I've been very passionate about how music and technology confluence into our shared culture. Just as the Menominee and the Milwaukee Rivers confluence just a couple miles from here, music and technology seem to flow with a creative current that, to me, complement each other very deeply within our culture. That is why I am incredibly honored to have this very distinguished guest with me to speak about her understanding and experience creating as an artist at the forefront of the newest wave of internet technology described by many as Web3. Grace Weber is a Grammy Award-winning artist, singer, songwriter, and producer from Wauwatosa, Wisconsin. Shouts out to Wauwatosa. She's written and collaborated with acts like Chance the Rapper and Masego, and she's played the Oprah Winfrey Show and has appeared on NPR Tiny Desk. But moreover, in 2016, she started Grace Weber's Music Lab, a talent accelerator and monthly music and education program for high school students, which is one of very few grantees from the U.S. Presidential Scholars Foundation. So everybody, please help me in welcoming Grace Weber to MKE MusicTech Catalyst.
Hey, thanks so much for having me. This is awesome.
Hey, Grace. Yeah, maybe you're familiar with this spot here. It's a pleasure to have you. Let's see, where I look right there. Okay. Yeah. So, yeah. So, how have you been? If you can just tell us a little bit more. I gave a little introduction, but if you could tell us a little bit about how you started in music and how that brought you into Web3 and NFTs, just start there.
Yeah, so I've been singing my whole life. Like you said, I grew up in Wauwatosa, Wisconsin. And I always say, like, I don't even remember starting to sing. I just was, singing from the time I was 2-3 years old. I grew up in a really musical family. My mom's dad, my grandpa, had 10 kids, and he had every single one of his kids learn an instrument. And he played piano and organ. And so when I was growing up, all my aunts and uncles played musicians. All my cousins were really into music. So it's just like music was always part of my family life growing up as well. But when I was 12, I joined the Central City Youth Gospel Choir of Milwaukee. And that's kind of where I really started to understand who I am as an artist and how much I loved singing in the settings with the gospel choir where, there was a lot of call and response going on between me and the audience. And when I was singing solos, and I just loved that feeling of like real-time connection with people in the room through music. And so that really took me on a journey towards finding myself as an original artist. I ended up singing on Showtime at the Apollo when I was 16 in New York, which was really fun and borderline terrifying because they can like boo you off the stage if they don't like you. So if I would have gotten booed off, like I might have just given up because I don't know how I would have recovered from that, but I didn't get booed off the stage. It went great. And then that kind of led me into some bigger arenas, moved to New York, got a chance to sing on Oprah for Oprah's Karaoke Challenge, which was like super wild and crazy. And that kind of led me into almost getting signed to Universal at the time, or Public Records, which didn't end up working out. And that was kind of the beginning of like starting to see the industry side of music and be like, okay, this is like cool, but also like cutthroat. Like I kind of started to understand what people say when just like the business side of music can be a whole other thing. So started learning the industry, seeing all that, and then ended up meeting Chance the Rapper and the Social Experiment in 2016. And that's when I started working on my first official debut album. Ended up getting signed to Capitol Records, won a Grammy with Chance because I wrote All We Got with him and Kanye, which was really amazing. And yeah, that kind of led me to where I am today, which, I was on Capitol for a year, ended up getting dropped during the pandemic, but luckily they gave me all my masters back, which was incredible. It allowed me to still put out my album and sort of gear everything up to do things independently, which is how I also found my way to NFTs and Web3, which has been just like a really cool space to explore as an independent artist and to see, you know, all the potential that exists there. So yeah, that's kind of the full journey to this moment. And I'm in LA now, but I was just in Milwaukee last week for the Music Lab, and we do that once a month with different guests, artists from Milwaukee and around the country. And so I love Milwaukee. My family still in Milwaukee. I try to get back, like once a month, and it's definitely where all my musical roots exist.
Awesome. Yeah. So take notes if you have children. Teach them instruments. Good things can happen.
Seriously.
Yeah. Well, you have some kinship. My mother is one of 17, and they were in a family band, and so they were playing all the time. So when you're around it, and you absorb it. And when you're a kid, you just absorb it, and it can become so much of who you are. So just bring it back to we're here to talk about Web3 and NFTs and stuff. So, like, how, if you're a musician and artist, so how do you use an NFT? What is it? Why do you use it? Like, can you give us in your words, like, some of that basics of what it is and why it was compelling to you?
Yeah, so an NFT stands for non-fungible token, and it's basically a way to have a digital piece of art that you can buy and have the exclusive rights to. And then because you have those rights to that digital piece of art, you can resell it if you want, or just have it forever. And the kind of comparison is like buying physical art. You know, like if you own the Mona Lisa, like you're the only one who owns that, and then you're like a bajillionaire if you sell it. And the blockchain was created to allow that same thing to happen in a digital space, where there's a record of who owns the original digital piece of art, because obviously, you know, digital things are shared everywhere. You know, Google Images, you can see, you can actually see, like, if I released an image of an NFT, for example, like a photo, you could still see that on Google Images, or I could post that on my Instagram. Like, it can still spread around the internet, but there's a record that there's only one person who owns the real one. And again, in the same way that like a Google image of the Mona Lisa could exist on Google Images and Instagram, you still know who owns the real Mona Lisa. So that's kind of the best way to explain what an NFT is. And in the music world, there's a couple different platforms that exist right now that are sort of like the Spotify or Apple Music of Web3. And Web3 is a word for this other internet world that exists, where you can literally be like a digital person if you want to in this like universe that exists. But it also it means like, if you're a musician in Web3, you're probably collaborating with one of these platforms that's kind of like Apple Music or Spotify, but it's called Mint Songs is one. There is one called sound.xyz that's really big. That's probably one of the biggest ones. And there's a few more. And basically through those platforms, you can release music NFTs, and people can buy them. I released my first music NFT last year, and it was an acoustic version of a song of mine called More Than Friends. And this MP3 file, I only had 30 copies of it. So 30 fans bought the only 30 copies of that song that exists. So that's kind of like the best way to try to explain it. When I first learned about it, I was like very confused. So if you're confused at all, it makes sense, because it's you sort of have to like dive into it and just do it to really understand, like, oh, okay, this is how it works. So yeah, that was the journey into Web3 for me.
Yeah, that's great. Yeah. So when you say that they have there's only certain copies of it and stuff, and you have and you have certain songs that you release, or exclusive songs. You said exclusive. So is that like, in these cases, are you then giving parts of the songwriting or the things with it, or is this just the exclusive rights of these certain master recordings, and those are the only that will ever be distributed officially by you? Or is there a way, how does that work on these different platforms?
So it's interesting because right now it's very like every artist is doing something different, and it's like totally up to like there's a lot of ways that it can go down. Like one option is you can have these like 30 NFTs, 30 copies of the song that people own, sort of like if you bought merch, where like, let's say there was only 30 hoodies and you got those 30 hoodies. But the songs, I didn't do this, but people are even still having the songs on streaming platforms like Spotify and Apple too. And so in those cases, like the NFT might be really cheap because it's more like literally buying a piece of merch that you own within Web3 and the blockchain. And you kind of just like, if you're a super fan of, you know, let's say Lady Gaga, and you're like, you get to be one of 30 of like her millions of fans who gets to have her NFT in Web3. But it doesn't mean that she's making that exclusive necessarily. Like it might be streaming other places. So there's like that way of doing it where it's more like merch. And in that way, like no, the fan is not getting anything on the publishing or the master. It's literally just like a hoodie or like a vinyl or a CD. And then another version is some people are giving away some of the publishing or the master side of the project as well, or the NFT, I mean. And there's different platforms that are kind of trying to figure out like how exactly to link between like the royalties that are received from like Web2 or Spotify, Apple, etc., like how to get those to funnel to the people who own the NFTs. I think for the most part right now, the artist has to track that, like whatever money's coming in, they have to then take that and pay the people directly. Like I know that they're trying to make the link where it just happens automatically, but I don't know if that exists yet. And then there's other ways where people are like, you buy the NFT, but it's actually giving you access to other things. And so when I released my NFT, if you bought the NFT, you also got access to this place on my website called Galaxy, which gives you like exclusive content that I don't put anywhere else. It gives you access to these things called Space Camp that I do, where it's Zoom calls with members of Galaxy and different artists. It's kind of like a music lab, but for adults or whatever. But I have different artist friends and stuff. We do workshops on songwriting and kind of like this, but in like an intimate way. And so, yeah, people will sell an NFT and you get different things for it, kind of like Patreon, or there's another one that I can't think of. But yeah, so there's all these different ways that people are doing it. And I think that's sort of why the terrain of Web3 feels very like wild, wild west. I don't know if anyone has watched 1883 on Paramount Plus, I think. But if you have, you know what I'm talking about. It's like very ruthless in a way where everyone's like trying to kind of claim their stake in Web3. But at the same time, it's also like very positive. Like there is no huge competition right now in Web3 because this landscape is huge. Like it's literally like the options that exist in this Web3 world are literally limitless. Like you could do anything you wanted, which is why it's sort of hard to wrap your brain around it right now, because there isn't that much structure. Like there are tons of companies that are popping up, and structure is definitely like being built big time in the space, but there's still like, you can create your whole world, your whole story that you want to create inside of Web3 and around an NFT. I actually can't hear you right now.
Can you hear me? How about now?
Oh, yeah, there we go.
So it sounds like NFT is more of just an new type of underlying technology that can unlock lots of different use cases for just unique items and assets that can be tracked and verified on a blockchain that's a public ledger that anyone can have access to. But you can even have these private token gates, like you're saying, where you have these. Let's like let's say there was a Grace Weber fan club and there was only, back in the day, you'd have to have 30 exclusive t-shirts, or maybe you'd have a certificate that you're an official member. But now you can kind of utilize this in a new way where it can be automated, and it can be, you can utilize the power of global, internet computers that can do a lot of this hard work for us. So that's really cool that you're already tackling and touching on all these different use cases. Like I've seen a lot of people using it for tickets, or let's say you're talking about all these use cases and what you've done. Is there anything you can share, or like any, or maybe something that you're just excited about, a use case that might be more off in the future? You mentioned about maybe selling, that folks could have the opportunity to maybe sell some of their rights and stuff. I know that's one example of people trying to fractionalize in an intellectual property of songs, and then put it in a giant free market of where everyone can start trading each other's pieces of publishing, or pieces of and have the average person have access to that. But is there anything like that maybe, or something that maybe you're really excited about, that you're waiting to see kind of come into fruition and develop further? Is there anything like that?
Yeah, there are two things that I'm kind of excited about. One, I don't really know if I would ever do it or not, but it seems like intriguing. There's this new platform. It hasn't launched yet, and I can't remember the name right now. It's not Audius, is the streaming platform that exists within Web3, but I can't remember the name right now. But if I'll send it to you. But there's this platform that's going to be released sometime next year, I think, that's doing what you said, where you can give fans a percentage of your songs, and then you release it through this platform, so it goes to Spotify and Apple and everything. I guess this is kind of before, when I was saying I don't know if there's a link yet. This is what that link is. So, like, if you guys know TuneCore or DistroKid or United Masters, there's these platforms right now where you can upload your music, and that's how it gets distributed to Spotify and Apple. And there's this Web3 version of that where you upload your music, it gets distributed to Spotify, Apple, etc. But then it's also connected to the blockchain, so that fans in real time get the royalties off the streams. And so if you're an independent artist, fans can become your investors, which is cool. And again, it's like Patreon or like other things like that. But in this case, like, they're literally, as your streams go up, they're making more and more money. And so there's also some kind of interesting in like the marketing side of things, or like where fans can help you even like push the album out more, not only because they love it, but also because they're actually getting royalties off of it. So the fans become the label, which is really cool. And you can imagine like an artist who is independent and big, like let's say Chance, the rapper, if he wanted to release his music this way, like he could have 50,000 fans investing in his project, and then those same 50,000 fans like blowing it up and streaming it like crazy and sending it to all their friends. So anyways, the concept of that is really cool to me. And then the other thing that's kind of fun is I'm making this, I have this like floating recording studio in outer space that's like a virtual world that we made. And last year we did some really fun, cool things in it, where like fans could show up as like different aliens and stuff inside of this like space recording studio. And I performed as an avatar through like 3D cameras and stuff. And we've been thinking about like different fun things that we could do with the recording studio and this tokened area of Galaxy on my website. So yeah, stuff like that. And I'm releasing a new album next year. So trying to think of different ways that we can give fans exclusive access to early listens and original demos and like the lyric sheets and stuff like that through NFTs.
Yeah, very cool. Yeah, those are two very interesting. Is the company you're talking about, that's not Royal, or is it Label Coin? I know that there's a few. I've been talking to a couple of folks, and that fractionalization of IP, there are, I think, a few barriers. People are just waiting for a couple more things of compliance and the SEC to come up with some more regulation guidelines and stuff. But as far as I know from the inside with some folks, there's a project called Project Noom that's doing a similar thing where they're basically being a distributor as well as a streaming service that utilizing NFTs, and people are within striking distance of this actually becoming, like you mentioned, within the next year. All these things are going to start popping up, which is really cool. And if just imagine the disruption and the change in the music industry, like you mentioned, is such a great point about when fans want to support. But people were asking, how do you support musicians? Everyone wants to know how they can support musicians and stuff. And what's more tangible support than when you actually own a piece of it? When you have some stake in it. It's like everyone already hypes up their favorite artist, so why not have a stake in it? But the second thing you talked about is something that I wanted to touch on was I saw some of that XR, AR, VR concept where you got scanned. I saw there was some with Universal Studios and stuff. So that's kind of, you're talking about a 3D floating thing in outer space, which is super cool. Just casual outer space recording studio. And that's, I guess, maybe is broadly talked about as the metaverse. And I know that there's a lot of different understandings of what that word means. To me, we're in the metaverse right now. I think speaking with each other. Meta just means like a metadata is just data about data, and so a metaverse is just universes about universes about universes. But I think what you're talking about, what you're building is like what people kind of visualize as like this actual physical space in that is represented through a digital space. So can you kind of elaborate more on that and talk more about like what the motivation is that for you, and like how you see metaverse interactions versus, because I've seen clips and videos of you performing and having incredible interactions with audiences and things. And what are the differences between those types of performances and then let's say maybe like a metaverse performance, and how do you see that moving forward? And just I'd love to hear your thoughts on that.
Yeah, I mean, I think that the pandemic made the metaverse way more of a thing for like everyone because obviously we all got forced to interact with everyone through Zoom and the internet instead of in person. And so especially for musicians and venues, like the fact that live music was completely gone, like I feel like a lot of people were trying to create spaces where this void could be filled and where you could still perform and have it really feel like not just like a Zoom concert, but like you're in like a virtual venue. And so that's initially how I got into it, because I had never really I'd never heard of the metaverse before. I didn't really know that there was like a whole land of virtual existence that you could hang out in. But I got invited to perform in a couple of these spaces where it's literally like it's a virtual room and there's people that can be inside that room as like video game characters, where they have like controls and stuff to like dance and whatever, but they are showing up as avatars, whether it's like an alien or a dog or like whatever you want to look like. And then the way I've done it in most of the spaces is I like show up on a screen kind of like this, like I'm on a screen streaming into the venue, and then I'm interacting with people that way. And yeah, it's like super fun. I think for me, I wouldn't have done it if not for the pandemic, like I said, but then because I did it, I will keep doing it even as I go back into like live performing. But live performing in the real world is more like, what I love and where I thrive. But I was surprised by how fun performing in the Galaxy is too, because like I said, it's literally like if I was doing a concert for you guys right now, it doesn't feel like we're that far away from each other, now that we're all so used to communicating over video. So yeah, it's really fun. Like if you're curious about it, like you should definitely dive in and explore, and you can like walk around. It's like Zelda or like any video game where you can just roam the universe. Like that's kind of what this is, and you can walk into different venues and bars and have fun. It's really interesting.
Yeah, then folks are gonna have to own those venues and bars in the metaverse, and then you're gonna have to pay your PRO digitally and all that stuff. But yeah, so
It's gonna get
yeah, it's gonna be interesting. So, what was it like to be made a 3D avatar? Was that I saw I saw an article written about it and some photos of that whole space. So it was just this big 360 room. Was it so? Did they make an avatar of you and then you performed as that? Did it use your face, or did you perform in the 3D thing? How does that work? Do you know? And yeah, how did that work?
So for this version, I performed 2 songs inside of the space, and so they were videoing me with like 360 cameras all around of me performing. So then when I was that like virtual character performing, it was a replay of the video. So it wasn't like a live performance when I was the video game character. But they also have technology where they can take like the body that they scan, and then they can real time like put your live face like onto it so that you can also, and actually I think they can do that for your whole body. It's like takes more power or like internet capabilities to be able to like have the 3D thing happening live. But this company that I did it with, like they asked me to do it as like a test that they were trying to see what was possible in like the music space or whatever. And they said you can do it live too, which for me would be like so fun. Like obviously like the video streaming into the galaxy is really fun, but if I could be like physically there as like myself but a virtual version and it was live, I think that would be like crazy and so fun.
Yeah, that sounds really fun. Yeah, so I guess if we could take a step back and talking about all these new emerging technologies and how you've been able to utilize them and stuff. How do you describe maybe in your monthly, Grace Weber Music Labs, or maybe just to artists that ask, or there's a lot of musicians here and songwriters here and stuff. How would you describe to them like the importance of understanding these technologies, or do you have any like thoughts or words to describe to them that might be useful? Or I'm sure you get that question a lot, so I wonder if there's something that you could share with them.
I think it's good to know that this is like happening and that it's coming in different ways, like especially those platforms where that might be alternate options for DistroKid and TuneCore and United Masters. Like, and I think it's worth exploring. I don't think it's at the stage yet where it's like, and this is just my opinion, where it's like you have to get into NFTs. Like, there's all this crazy money that exists. Like, I do think that is real for certain things, but you can also get into NFTs and realize that it's like a big uphill battle too to stand out in the NFT world. Like sometimes if like a fluke happens and it's like your NFT can blow up, but now it kind of feels like we're going through this like ebb and flow of like Web3 figuring out like what it's going to be. So I guess I just say this to say that there's like a lot of time to get involved, but it's worth knowing. Like it's worth like peeking your head in and being like, okay, like I think I get what's happening here, so that when you do feel ready, if you want to jump into Web3, like you're ready to go, especially if there's this huge tidal wave does come again, which it will. You're ready to jump in there. But I do think it takes like a certain commitment to like get into Web3. Like there's a whole community that exists on Discord, and there's all these things in Twitter Spaces where huge communities of Web3 folks are like creating entire huge fan bases within Twitter Spaces. There's this thing called Degen Tunes that is a visual. It's like a Looney Tune character that people can make into their profile pictures. Like on Twitter, you can take an NFT and make it your profile picture. But that community inside of Twitter Spaces and Web3 is like huge. And once a week, they have this like humongous Twitter space where all of the degen tunes, they're called, like hang out, and it's like everyone's very loyal to their tune and their profile pic, and it's kind of valuable too. Like you can make like maybe even $5,000 right now off of like a degen tune, maybe a little bit more. But in Web3, it is kind of hard to bring your Web 2 fans over to Web 3. You kind of got to build a fan base of new fans in Web 3 because not everybody is ready to like dive into Web 3 right now in the Web 2 reality. And so that's the part that can take kind of like effort. It's like you're sort of starting from scratch if you're in Web 3, is my opinion. And but it's really fun. But I would just say, like I said, you don't have to get into it right now, I don't think, but I think it's worth learning from things like this and just, go get an avatar character and like go walk around in the metaverse and see what you think.
Yeah, that's great advice. I would have to agree with everything you said there, especially with the ebbs and flows. Last year there's this big part of a bull market with that. A lot of these NFTs are associated with these blockchains that have crazy high valuations, and people were speculating, and there's a lot of money being printed and putting into the markets, and so there's a lot of people that were willing to put in some good money into a lot of different things. But now we're entering into the different flow as opposed to the ebb, and now we're into a space where it's a lot more quiet. There is things happening. But this is a time where a lot of people are just focused on building and focused on, so it might be a good time to peak and learn, because it's not going to be as crazy. And then maybe when the next crazy part comes, maybe you'll be a little more prepared and maybe have a little bit of better understanding of what's going on. Great points about building the new audience. And myself, I've been looking at NFTs myself and building companies on blockchain to deal with music, and that's one of the first things I encountered was, okay, this is a new space, and how do I especially with a lot of as we in the NFT world we call it, and in the investment industry FUD, where people, it's fear, uncertainty, and doubt, and there's a lot of doubt with these technologies, as skepticism is very valid for all new technologies and stuff, and so there's not a lot of people that are willing to try to learn a whole brand new thing that's just evolving, that's just is still kind of immature. So we're talking about these big paradigm shifting companies that can be coming through within the next year or so. So I think peeking your head in, and I mean, obviously you're all here listening, starting to take the peek at it. So I would say, a question, maybe more broad question of technology in general, because this is about music tech in general. This whole mini conference here. So how has like technology more generally, before the pandemic, before you knew about metaverse, before you knew about Web3 and all these different aspects of these new emerging technologies, how would technology affect that your whole life as a musician, just in general? Or maybe you have some thoughts on other types of technologies that has kind of changed the way you approach music, or maybe has changed your trajectory and it's helped you on your arc as a musician.
Yeah, I think obviously like the huge transition from like physical music to streaming. Like when I was like in high school and college, I had like some CDs and EPs that I made and stuff, and streaming was around, but I wasn't like as huge as it is now. And I think like just riding the wave of like really understanding streaming, but also like hanging on, because I think it's getting a lot better, and it's going to get better, like where I think artists are going to get more off of the streams, fingers crossed. Like I think we're moving towards that. But I would say like in the live space, I'm loving the technology that I have access to. Like a couple years ago in my live show, I would play this like SPDS pad where I had like beats and background vocals and different things that we would do like a breakdown section of the set, and I would like be building this like whole live beat in the set, which was just like really fun. And it was fun to get to like, you know, play my background vocals live was really fun. I've also done like loop pedal stuff where I'm like harmonizing live, which I love too. And it's also cool. I used to not even like think for a second that I would ever play with tracks in my set. Like I used to be very like live only, like live instruments. I don't want tracks. Like that's like karaoke, whatever. But then I started getting into having tracks play in the set because my MD, who's my drummer, was like, yo, like we can fill out the sound if you have the tracks. Like we're gonna have live music playing along with it, but just like give it a chance. And I realized that it was actually amazing to get to have like the sounds that are from the album like streamed alongside with the live music, and like what you can build on when you have some tracks in there. And also like if you're on a budget touring, like, and you want to have a full sound, like I toured last year with just a keys player and a drummer, and we had everything else streaming through tracks, and it really like allowed us to tour on the budget that we had and also have these like huge, really full sounding shows. So yeah, I would say mostly in the live space is where, like before all this Web3 stuff, is where I really just love all the new technologies that are coming out.
Yeah, I just got one of those rolling 404, right? Those are the SP 404s, and man, those are so fun, super fun.
Yeah.
And I'm like, oh, you can put it in a backpack and you can go anywhere, you know, with and you can plug your mic into it and stuff. All right, so we got some time here just to, if anyone in the audience has any questions for Grace here, feel free to. We got some questions here.
Hi, Grace. How you doing? Congrats on your new mural. I checked it out the other day. It looks great.
Thank you. Thanks. Yeah, it's really dope.
Yeah. So, as someone who's excited about NFTs and crypto, there's a lot of pessimism and FUD and around it's a speculative asset. I mean, it's not 100% regulated yet. I'm curious if selling NFTs for you is just another revenue stream, and when you make sales, do you convert back into US dollar, or are you holding on to crypto and utilizing it within the ecosystem? And just your thoughts on the future of crypto, and because there's some overlay with NFTs and also with finance, and it's just a new way of looking at value. And I'm just curious to know. I know it's very new to myself. I've only been involved a few years now, and like you said, you just started last year. But yeah, just anything you could talk on that would be great.
Yeah. Yeah. First of all, just to echo what you said, that like, I think right now, crypto and NFTs, like we are really early. I mean, people have said like, we could be 10 years ahead of like where this is going to be. You know what I mean? Like, and so part of the skepticism and the FUD, as you say, or the like, does this matter? Or like, what is this? Is because I think it's so early that there's just so much up and down, and like, there isn't enough buy-in from like the world yet to make this like a real thing. But I do think it's like super going there. And I think it's really cool if you are in early. I think you'll see, you know, a lot of gains in years to come. Regarding crypto, I was looking at at NFTs as being an additional revenue source, plus making something for my fans that could be this exclusive thing. I felt like right now for me, like the effort to sell the NFTs and to like build a new fan base and to really stay engaged in Web3 was like a little bit more than the reward of the financial reward. And even like the offering to fans just for now, because like I said, the getting my Web2 community over to Web3 felt like a battle kind of. So I've taken like a little bit of a break, but the crypto that I made off of my NFT was Ethereum, and it was fun to see it, you know, go up and down. But like, you know, I made like a little more than initially, you know, the number that came in was one thing. And then like when I actually ended up cashing out, it was maybe like $500 more than that, which was like cool. It was fun. It was like, oh, this is fun investing, yay. But I ended up just cashing it out. I didn't like stay in the crypto game or the NFT thing, or like try to find other places to invest my crypto or buy other NFTs, only because I'm not super into it yet, but I do think it's cool and it feels fun. Like I'm excited to try it again next year with like a couple other different NFT offerings. And then I don't know when I would be at a stage of like trading NFTs and stuff, but maybe I'll get there. Right now I just like converting it to cash.
Hello.
Hey.
My question, kind of a shameless plug, but also a question at the same time. I own a digital marketing agency known as Craft the Future, and in that, what we do is partner with brands and our creative entrepreneurs who wants to be onboarded into Web3 and kind of help curate those experiences for them and just navigate those hard conversations, especially when it comes to onboarding. With that, there's been opportunities for us to be able to partner with different local brands and still support and build support, I should rather say, with local artists. So my question is, in terms of you being an artist yourself and you dabbling in crypto, do you see a world where people are able to, let's say that ETH that you earned from your NFT project, do you see a world where you can take that same ETH and go to your favorite, I don't know, let's use Starbucks, for example, that their point of sale is accepting ETH, and now you're seeing how you as an artist are being appreciated at this particular company? Maybe not ETH, could be that particular token of what you are, a project that you're supporting, but now that brand accepts your token, therefore, or that company's token, but now accepting your artwork or your funding for that. So I wanted to know if you could touch on, like, do you feel like that could be a utility to like bring more artists on board into something that some probably feel like is a fad?
Yeah, I mean, I think that I'm translating this accurately, so sorry if I'm not, but I could see it could be really cool. Like if I don't know why Lady Gaga keeps popping into my head. I'm just thinking like a huge artist. Like if Lady Gaga had her own token and it was called like Gaga or whatever. It would be so cool if, like, in the same way that Starbucks maybe accepts Bitcoin now, I don't know if they do accept crypto, but like if they accepted Gaga crypto or Gaga currency as valuable, and you could buy like a latte with your Gaga coins, like that'd be so cool because you would have a huge brand that's like saying, okay, this has value to us. Like this translates into something that we're willing to let you pay with. And I think that would be a huge game changer. It would like literally change the game, I think, if that, and maybe, I don't know, is that happening right now? Maybe, but I think a lot of artists would get even more excited. And like, if a brand was willing, like, I don't know if you remember when Starbucks used to be a big player in like breaking artists, where they had those like Starbucks free single or iTunes free single of the week, I think came through Starbucks at one point or something. But if Starbucks had interest in breaking up and coming artists, and even if like, let's say for a week, they were like, this week we're or this day, maybe just a day, we're accepting the crypto of Grace Weber. So all of Grace Weber's crypto users like come into our store, and you know, we'll let you pay for half of your latte with your Grace crypto or whatever. I think that'd be epic, and it would like definitely put new artists on the map for sure.
All right, yeah, I think we got time for one short question here.
For sure. So you kind of talked about utilizing music as a speculative asset, and so I guess my question to you, as a fellow artist as well, is how do you think? What steps can we take as a community of artists to keep the integrity of music without, you know, sometimes the commodity part of it is really enticing, but it can get real soulless real quick, especially, you're in the music industry. So what do you think are steps we can take as we're developing this technology to, keep that authenticity in music as well?
I think it's up to the artists and kind of up to the fans too, because like, unfortunately, stuff blows up when people want it and love it, and like, it can be from like an artist perspective, that thing that blows up in Web3 or otherwise, like, is soulless, maybe like it's like, it feels like, oh, this is like from my perspective, this is gross or whatever. But like, at the same time, if people want it, like, that's kind of how the world works, unfortunately. And so I feel like it's up to the consumers, and you can translate this to like environmental things and like everything, where it's like, you hope that like truth wins or like that integrity wins. But at the same time, I think that as an artist, like, one thing, especially in the Web3 space, is like, the NFTs that you're making, I think that you should really believe in them in the same way that you believe in an album that you're releasing in Web2. Like, the NFT that I released was this acoustic version of the first song that I released in 2017 off my first album, it was called More Than Friends, the song. And like, that song means a lot to me. I've always wanted to do some acoustic version of it. And I decided, like, okay, the acoustic version that I'm doing, like, that's going to be what lives in Web3. And it's not going to live anywhere else. It's going to be like a special thing just for Web3 people. And I think that's where like the integrity lies, is that artists authentically care versus looking at it as just like a little money grab. Like, kind of like, oh, because I've actually, talked to other artists and stuff where it's like, people are also just like re-releasing their music in Web3, which is super cool too. Like, if you think that's a way that you want to go about it, but it's just kind of making sure that you actually believe that your NFT has value, and like, you and your gut and like authentic self as an artist loves it. So yeah, I don't know if that answers the question, but
No, that's perfect on that one on there. Thank everyone. Give one another round of applause for Grace Weber for coming in here and spending some time with us, talking about her journey. Yeah, thanks again for being with us, and hope to see you back in Milwaukee sometime soon.
yeah, thanks for having me, and have fun. This looks really cool.
Thank you.
Bye, guys.
All
See
right.
ya.
So we have one more session, and we are all here either as an artist ourselves or to support artists. And we have an artist that's going to play for us. So please don't run off anywhere. We are going to do a quick stage turnover, get Mr. John Justice set up here. But feel free to patronize the No Studios Cafe back there. They have drinks and beers and all kinds of liquidy things, I'm sure. Yeah, so just stay put. We'll have like 10 minutes before we hit the stage with some music.
Check, check, check. Hello? Hello, hello. What do you need or anything? This will be interesting. I've never tried this setup before. No, I mean all this. I've never done it, so. It'll be good. Is the balance okay between guitar keys? Finally starting Wall Street line. Wait up for me, darling. I need something to keep my head on. Nice.
All right. Oh, the banner. It keeps falling down.
Is there a way to just like throw more of it over?
This should be good, although I've said that before. Everyone, thank you for being here. Has this been valuable? Can you just show of hands, everybody? Valuable? Yeah, great, awesome. Well, thank you for being here. How many here are artists? Yeah, everybody. That's great. No, not yet. Well, John Justice is going to inspire you to become an artist. So we're going to end the event with some live music, as you can see. He's not just going to go through the motions.
I'm just going to talk for 30 minutes.
Who here knows John Justice? Just a couple of people. Okay, so this introduction is very important then. No pressure on me. Yeah, John Justice is a local Milwaukee musician. He was born in Australia and then moved to Nebraska when he was like, what, 5 or 6 years old? And he's found his way to Milwaukee and has been full-time musician for what, about a little over a year now?
Kinda.
Yeah, yeah.
All the other artists in the room know how that goes, probably.
Yeah.
We leave in and out of it sometimes.
But John's music really resonates with me particularly, but with a lot of people because he puts a lot of his heart and soul into his songs and his personality too. And I'll let him explain what Hallow Tribe means. It's really, really inspiring and empowering. But of course, we wanted to end this event with some live music, and John was the first person I called. He's a friend. He inspires me with his music, and I hope that he does that for you as well. So, John, I don't know if this has been a great introduction or just an introduction.
It's been fantastic.
Oh, thank you. But we will end things tonight with Mr. John Justice. Thank you.
Hello. I was going to say welcome, but you've been here for a while, I think. Appreciate the intro, Nick, and everyone for putting this on. I know Cullah and Allison and Wisconsin Music Ventures and Jason from WAMI was a huge part of this. No Studios. I'm here every week, or Raf out in the audience. We host a musician meetup here, so everyone that's a musician in the audience, come hang out from 1 to 3 sometimes. Hallow Tribe means essentially transcend together. I don't know if you can see it behind me, but it means we're better together and we can reach heights that we couldn't on our own if we can help kind of mutually inspire each other. And that's the goal for me for music. I know there's a lot of ways you can make music. You can make party music. You can make music for background noise. But to me, the goal is collaborating and making songs that really pluck at the heartstrings. And yeah, I could go on forever. I'm sure I have a tendency to talk too much. But Nick, initially, when he asked me if I wanted to play, he was like, can you make it kind of techy? Because it's a tech conference. And I was like, I can do my best. So all the bells and whistles, I've got some synthesizers and a looper pedal and a kick pedal. And we'll see what we come up with, okay? I feel like the best part of doing things, kind of like the spirit of this conference, I think, is innovation and trying new things and working out the kinks. And so you all can be part of that with me here. I always welcome feedback, so don't hold back on me. Journey, maybe it'll be the one that takes me where I've never been before. Going on a journey, maybe it'll be the one that takes me where I've never been before. Going
takes me where I've never been before. You guys want to come with me? All right. I miss the theater. Cosmic daydream comes right after. Hang from the rafters by a thread. I miss the connection. Standing close to people, lovers give a new direction, a new perspective. I'm getting by. So I'll dive into the dark blue and take a ride. Andromeda in Archimedes by my side. Panic has no place in the stardust and the gray. It's an undiscovered way of getting by. Wrote this during the pandemic, and I just wanted to escape things, for a while. I like the idea of taking a trip to Mars or something. I miss connection. Standing close to people, lovers give a new direction, a new perspective. Getting by. I miss the evergreen, the indescribable feeling of being seen. I'm coming clean. I need another round of human beings. Oh yeah, yeah. So I'll dive into the dark blue and take a ride. Andromeda in Archimedes by my side. Panic has no place in the stardust and the gray. It's an undiscovered way of getting by. Sometimes that's all you can do, just get by. That's okay. I'm sticking around to sing a song of sixpence in the great unknown. Catch a falling star to stop feeling so alone. What else are we here for than to build ourselves a home? What else are we here for than to bring some warmth into the cold? And now dive into the dark blue and take a ride. Andromeda and Archimedes by my side. Panic has no place in the stardust and the gray. It's an undiscovered and unexpected, unbelievably good way of getting by. We get by. We get by. Hey, thank you.
My kick pedal was walking away from me. I didn't know I was going to be doing the splits today. I don't know if anybody saw that. But it takes a lot of brain power to do three things. Oop, sorry, I just turned my mic off. Whenever Nick asked me if I could do like something techie, I was like, I really jumped at the idea because I've always wanted to mess around with more pedals and everything. But it takes a lot of practice and a lot of time spent. I'm sure all the musicians in the audience know that. You can't just kind of rock on stage and hope for the best. I kind of did that, but you can let me know if it worked out. I want to do a quick poll, everybody. I know a lot of y'all are from here, but is anybody not from here, from Wisconsin, from Milwaukee? All right, all right. I see a couple of hands. Anybody like been here for most of their life, but like born somewhere else? All right. So if it's not the case, we're gonna transport ourselves. Even if you've lived here your whole life, just think of like your favorite vacation destination. And I'm gonna count down from 3, and you all just shout it out at the same time. And whatever one I hear the loudest, I'll just pretend that we're there, and then we'll just have a little moment where we're not in Milwaukee for a second. Okay? Does that make sense? You either call out where you were born or a place you'd really, really like to live. Okay? All right, here we go. 3, 2, 1. Oh, Portugal. I like that. Yeah. So we're in Portugal now. Look at that. All it takes is a little imagination and a little bit of fairy dust, if you will. Let's switch it up. We'll go over here. This is a song called Paper Thin Walls. I got a divorce last year, and it's kind of an amalgamation of experiences. The main idea is you kind of overhear a conversation you're not supposed to overhear, and it's about your relationship ending. And it's like, I don't want that to be the case. I don't want it to be true. But I really can't look at myself in the mirror and say anything else. It really is just time to be done. Dare to risk it all. Dare to risk it all for love. And you know what might happen if you and I aren't compatible. Don't want to think about it. And I've got all these words to say to you. Maybe somehow you and I, in the end, it's starting to hit me like it's time to be done. And I can still hear the telephone through the paper thin walls. It's time to be done. This is appropriate if we're in Portugal. It's kind of a bossa nova chord progression. I don't actually know where bossa nova is from. I'm not gonna lie to you. Shots in the middle of the night, doing things our mothers told us wasn't right. Red sky in the morning makes me sad again. Now you say you're leaving, and it's about all I can stand. Starting to hit me like it's time to be done. And I can still hear the telephone through the paper thin walls. It's time to be done.
these words to say to you. Maybe somehow you and I, in the end, starting to hit me like time to be done. And I can still hear the telephone through the paper thin walls. It's time to be done. Thank you. All right, I want to try something. I know everyone, y'all have been sitting down for a while, yeah, I imagine? Yeah, and I'm not going to make you stand up. I know some people, sometimes, you know, as an audience member, it's like, oh, please don't. Don't make me do something. But I will ask this, if you don't mind, since I'm kind of all about the spirit of collaboration, let's make up a song together. So what we're going to do is you're going to give me 3 words, if you're game. Are you game? Okay. You give me 3 words, and then we'll make a song up that's never happened before and might never happen again. All right? And if you're interested in having experience, it's kind of the opposite of an NFT, I think. It's like it literally only exists in real life. I know there's a live stream happening, and hello to anyone that's watching on the live stream. I could say whatever I want because they can't hear you all, I don't think. But let's do this. Give me 3 words, and I will try to make up a song, and we'll see what happens, okay? We good? Potato? It's a potato? All right. Alligator? Okay, hold on. I heard... Nick. Okay, hold on. I heard potato first. I heard alligator, right? And then I heard skyscraper. That was you, Raph, wasn't it? Okay. So remember, we're in sunny Portugal, and I think it's time for lunch, because maybe it's lunchtime over there, over here, where we're at right now in Portugal. This could be a total train wreck, I don't know. Potato, alligator, skyscraper. Oh, darling, it's time for me to go home. I know the last time we talked, it was over a baked potato. And I want to see what we can see top of skyscraper. I know you're vegan, but your purse is made of alligator skin. We got them all in the first verse. I'll take some more words if you want. All right. Let's get this flute too. Oh, you're prickly like a cactus, but I wanna touch your skin. I hear it all this morning, and we're gonna find a way. Let's move, let's go wherever we want to, 'cause I love you the way I never knew I could. Let's try this. I'm gonna reverse it.
disco guitar this time. And I wanna see how far we can go if we take a trip. That baked potato, it brings me back to when the times were simpler and no one had a reason to go out in the cold. And I know you've been hoping that maybe we'll be fine, but I think it's time for me to say goodbye. I hope you think of me next time you eat your starch and meats. Well, it was something anyway. Thank you for helping me create that. If you don't want to be credited, that's okay. I can just generally say this: the studio audience. It's 6 o'clock already. Good gracious, I've talked too much, I think. The people that are in charge. Is it hard cutoff? 6 o'clock. We're done. I'll do one more. Okay. I hate to be that guy and like, let's do one more, but if we've got the space and the time. I'll keep this one simple. It's just called Good Night, and it's kind of my love letter to the audience wherever I am, which is here in Portugal with you all. Good night. See you again in the morning. Evening has come again. How exciting for our sleeping eyelids, keeping them strained wide open all day long. It's time to let them fall. I hope this evening finds you well. I really do. Good night. Good night. I'll see you in the morning. Good night. Good night. See you all tomorrow. If I have anything to do with the rest of my time, I'd like to use it for something good and maybe have a little bit of fun along the way, yeah. After it rains and after the grass is freshly cut, remember, I'm getting a cramp in my butt, that sweet old smell of summertime. Oh, good night. Good night. I'll see you in the morning. Good night. Good night. See you all tomorrow. If you really want to see me tomorrow, you can come out to Anodyne, actually. I'm playing with Holy Pinto. I'm about to go on tour. Good night.
everything in all my power. Wake up with the sun, yeah. If it's not in my cards, well, I'm proud at least of all I've done. Oh, no, good night, good night. See you in the morning. Good night, good night. Well, I guess our time is over. Good night, good night. Thanks for being willing to try it all. Good night, good night, good night, good night. See you all tomorrow.
That's it. Thanks for being here. Thanks for sticking around. If you want to check me out for any future stuff, like I said in the middle of that song randomly, I'm playing keys, backup vocals, and guitar with a band called Holy Pinto. We're going out on tour to the East Coast. It's really great music, and we're playing a show at Anodyne tomorrow, free. Also be live streamed on WMSC if you want to do it. And I've got an email list over there if you want to check me out in the future. But have a good night.
Thank you, John Justice, my man. Appreciate you, brother. All right, so we got just a few more things to say. Thank you for being here. This was great. This idea for this conference started actually during a podcast interview with Cullah. I host a musician podcast, and we usually profile people's lives, but all Cullah wanted to talk about was blockchain. And it was way over my head at that point, and I had just enough understanding of it to realize the impact that could be made in Milwaukee's music scene if we could collide, you know, the tech community and the music community. And so that was kind of the impetus for this. And I couldn't get it out of my head for like a whole week. And then I reached out to Cullah and I was like, look, the only way I get things out of my head is by doing something with it. And so we met here. Apparently Lodi doesn't want me to tell this story. We met with Jason. I think it was like the second week of August that we were like, hey, what should we do? And so we kind of pulled this together pretty quickly, and we couldn't have done it without the help of our awesome partners, Wisconsin Music Ventures. So if you see Allison back there, please bow down to her for all the amazing work she's doing in the Wisconsin music community. And Jason, you know, representing Wisconsin area music industry. You know, it's just so many relationships that were leveraged to pull this off. No Studios for hosting us. John Taylor with MKE Video. Holy cow, man, this was really, really well done. Thank you so much. And our friends, or Jason's friends with Wisconsin Entertainment Lawyers Association. That was really, really interesting stuff. Normally, we don't have to cut off like question and answer sessions with attorneys, but like it was really riveting content, you know? So just so thankful for everyone who showed up, everyone who contributed to this. This is going to be something that we intend on continuing to do. Jason and Cullah and I have already had a few comments today about how we need to start planning the next one, like next week, so that we don't have to, you know, pull it together in 6 weeks. But like I said at the beginning of this, like we want your input. If you got value out of today, let us know what was the most valuable part. If there was something that wasn't covered today that you want more information on, please let us know. There's a form on our website, mkemusic.tech. Also, you can email us at info@mkemusic.tech. And if you have any sort of ideas for workshops or meetups that any space that you want to draw this kind of community into, let us know. We really intend on this being a community effort. I don't want to be the one like with the microphone in my hand every event. I want one of you to be up here doing this as well. This is a shared effort. So thanks again for being a part of the beginnings of this effort. We look forward to seeing you out and about in the community and at future MKE Music Catalyst events. So thank you so much.